Prijeđi na višu razinu uz vizu. Možda te samo jedno plaćanje dijeli od prvih 1000 followera. Radi ono što te pokreće i dijeli svoju strast. Što? Anđela će nositi tvoju jaknu? Da, jer Viza te podržava u svakom potezu. Plaćaj Viza karticama putem mobitela jer imaš priliku otići na otvorenje olimpijskih igara u Pariz.
Šta je Fit Pass? Fit Pass je zdrav početak jutra, kada si spreman da udahneš i duboko zaromiš. Fit Pass je osjećaj ponosa posle svakog vežbanja, način da se oslobodiš stresa i emocija, trka u kojoj pobeđuješ samog sebe. Fit Pass je tvoja energija, ne samo aplikacija, već avantura koja ti pruža osjećaj da si baš u ovom trenutku na pravom mestu. Fit Pass je više od načina života.
Milšped Group primenjuje tehnologiju veštačke inteligencije kroz sistem naprednih robota koji se koriste za efikasniju organizaciju, isporuku i skladištenje robe, omogućavajući prvu i sveobuhvatnu logističku platformu pogodnu za veleprodaju, maloprodaju i za e-commerce poslovanje. Pored robotizovanog sistema skladištenja i komisioniranja robe,
jednom, da li se čujemo? Čujemo se. Hello again and welcome to Adria Summit. Let's not waste any more time and move on to our first presentation. What is an investment? Our speaker will be Vladimir Đukanović, investor, author and business consultant, whose latest book Blistanje is now have a third edition. Vladimir, is Vladimir here?
Right here. Here we go.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Let me just see how this works. Oh, desi bato, desi želj. You guys want this in English or Serbo-Croatian? English? Okie doke. Swahili? You can do Swahili too. Let me just see how the clicker works. Click. Okay, why think about an investment? I think everything philosophically because vocationally I was trained as a philosopher and then secondly as an economist. So I always like to define things before I do anything in life. So that's when I started my career in finance. I defined for myself what an investment is and then I continued defining all the relevant terms that I came across in it. It was very successful and it was very profitable during the time. So once I started my public appearances a couple of years ago, I was shocked how little we know about investing in this region. You know, the entire region, pretty much everything, and I'm not talking only about, you know, former Yugoslavia, I'm pretty much talking about Southeast Europe. It's kind of when you move away from that Anglo-Saxon model and you go down south, people simply, you know, the educational systems are not geared like in the US to teach you what an investment is. And this is the definition. Investment is an acquired capital with potential to produce, and this is the key, steady and predictable revenue. That's an investment. Everything else is not an investment. The key is to be steady. You have to, so for example, when you buy an apartment as an investment, you can very easily predict the revenue. And you know that it's going to be steady, and it's easily predictable, whether something rents for 1,000 or 1,200, euros. It's easy to predict. So that's why many other things that we come across are not investments. And that's why I think in regions like this, you have so many scams, so many, traders. I was a professional trader, but there's so many traders in the Balkans now, you can't count them, So the key is to always keep that definition in mind. What I can guarantee you, whether you're investing personally or you're investing for your company, you're the owner of the company, or you're, chief investment officer or something, if you stick to the definition, probability that you're going to make a mistake is extremely low, extremely low. And I'm a mathematician as well, so, if I know something, that's statistics. No revenue, no investment. So that's why people often ask me, how about startups, for example? Startups are not investments. They're highly speculative vehicles that people are using in order to bring new disruptive technologies, in order to make unbelievable amount of money. So when you have huge risk, you have a huge potential. But, what's the easiest way to lose 100% of your investment? Invest in a startup, So that's why everything else in finance is speculation, It is perfectly fine to speculate. And we'll see who speculates and why you should speculate. Traders do speculate, but they speculate using something that's called a superior information. What's a superior information? When you're sitting at JP Morgan, you have $4,000 billion behind you. A lot of people come to you with superior information. Why? You can use it, you can make money, but more importantly, the bearer of the information can be paid. That's why you should never trust, traders who are trading for themselves, who are day trading, who are doing all that nonsense, because they don't have the information. Trading without information is pure speculation. Pure speculation will lose you money always, without a doubt. The best example is betting. If you bet, you will always, in the long run, lose money for a very, very simple reason, because the house is always, the statistics are always on their side. So, for example, if you give money to some so-called trader who does have a probability of making money today, theoretically 50-50, yeah? If you, especially what's very curious are these guys who are doing FX trading. I mean, that's, if you look at JP Morgan portfolio of funds, there is not a single one that's trading currencies and making money for the investors that way. So why would some guy from, Belgrade, I always joke, who is from Žarkovo, be successful at that? He's not. He takes your money and he basically steals your money. That's the concept. So we have to stay away from speculation. That's the key, especially if you're working for a company and you are working for that department that's investing money, because what's funny actually that I heard that some companies were buying, speculating on US dollar, yen, on trading currency, metals, crypto, So when I ask people, for example, Bitcoin, is that an investment? Any idea? Of course it's not. It cannot produce revenue. Gold, is gold an investment? No, it's not. It's a metal, just like iron. It does have certain specific characteristics that can protect you from inflation in certain cases. So also in my book, I explain that part. I do have part on gold and all that stuff. Why is gold sometimes good? Why it's not good for most of people? So basically, if you have uncertain revenues and not easy to predict, if it's any type of trading, done by non-professionals, basically it's speculation and you're going to lose money, Why should, then people ask me, why do I own Bitcoin? I own Bitcoin because I do believe in the technology, but it is highly speculative. Should you own Bitcoin? If you have a sizable capital behind you, you should take 1 or 2% of that capital and put it in Bitcoin. If you don't, and I'm talking sizable capital, several $million, if you don't, I suggest don't play with that, because there, you know, the possibility that you're going to get really hurt and burn that little bit of capital that you have is very high. Why? Because you're going to be tempted to trade it. I bought Bitcoin a long time ago. You know how many times I traded it as a professional trader? 0. Investments are always long-term. When you invest money in Microsoft, that's a long-term investment in that product and in that huge, unbelievable team. So if you invest in Microsoft today, with extremely high certainty, you can say that in 20 to 30 years, you're going to make a lot of money. Are you going to make any money in a year? I don't know. Nobody knows. Short-term trading around investments is a very stupid idea, especially for average people. So the reason I was writing this book, it's my second book, not the one that was announced. The first one is a novel. This one's called Tajna investiranja. And then a group of young people at that conference, Business Preacher, approached me and they suggested that we create a course and a book, and we launched the company and the product 3 weeks ago. And I can say that it's been spectacular. The hunger, especially from young people, to learn about this topic is just mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling, although the book is actually still being printed. It's going to come out on the 20th, so we are late on sending the book, but the course is out. So that's when we decided to actually invest in a company called Expertisa.net, which is going to provide us with a lot of educators, both in financial industry and in other areas. So every month we're going to release one educator and offer people different approach to learning. What I was trying to do, I mean, why it's very sad to me, because this region has a lot of technical people, a lot of engineers, a lot of doctors, a lot of, you know, mechanical engineers. A person who, let's say, is a doctor and finished medical school can learn all these principles in 2 to 3 months, tops. Because the investment principles are extremely simple. I used to run equity derivatives for JP Morgan, and that's usually something that people are impressed with. But bottom line is, if you're a mathematician, whole finance goes to the second derivative. You have a first derivative, you know, it's something that moves based on the underlying asset, and then you have second derivative that moves based on that derivative. That's math that I used to do in like I think first or second grade of high school. So it is extremely simple. Statistics used in finance is mostly very simple. If you know normal distribution and what a standard deviation is, that's 90% of the knowledge that's actually required for you to know in order to be an extremely successful investor. So. So what do we have? We're going back to the previous thing. You always have 2 elements. You have a risk and you have a return. And that's why when you invest money, you have to invest money in safe assets. And there's so many of them. And that's why it's not only silly to speculate. You don't need to speculate. You don't need to spend any time. You can passively invest money by simply electing a certain amount of money each month, or every 3 months, or even once per year, and just put it in these funds. They're called index funds, which in past 30 years have pretty much taken over the finance. What happened? When I started working mid-90s, of course, I was taught, you know, you have funds, you have portfolio managers, you have traders, and all these people are extremely smart and brilliant. They're going to make you a lot of money. Then in '96, I got this research paper from Harvard that said that, 78% of active investors don't beat the market. I was like, wow. Then I looked at JP Morgan funds that I was actively promoting and selling, and most of them didn't beat the market. what's happening here? Then, if you forward your time from 95 until now, today, 94% of active fund managers do not beat the market. So, I mean, you don't have to be a mathematician, you have to just be alive to know that it's silly to try to pick 1 in 20 and hope that that person is going to beat the market. So S&P 500, Russell 2000, all these ETFs that offer you to super cheaply. For example, if you buy something called SPDR, which is basically a financial instrument that represents the largest index fund in the world, S&P 500, which consists of 500 largest American companies. The fee is 0.09%. So basically the fee is almost non-existent. If you pay an active manager, you're going to pay him 1, 1.5, 2, 3. I used to have a hedge fund. We used to charge our clients 2% per year on their assets, plus 20% of the profits. It was a great business for us. For clients, comme ci, comme ça. When we talk about risk, this is how you should always observe risk. You go from left to right, you get T-bills, you get your savings in the bank, you get government bonds, corporate bonds, preferred stock, which always come before the regular stocks. Then you have all kinds of funds, stocks, real estate, and then in the end, derivatives. So when you think about the scale, where exactly should you be, any of you? Many different profiles, different ages. You should always think about risk from the point in life where exactly are you right now. Are you 21 years old? Working for a startup? Are you 35? Are you 42 and an executive in a bank? Are you 52 like me and retired? What exactly do you do with your capital? When you're young and you're single, you have no family, you have no partner, you can be extremely, extremely aggressive. Because the assumption is you have very little capital. If you lose that capital, no biggie. Still, you got plenty of time. There was a big thing on social media when I posted that if you put $100 in S&P 500 each month, for the next 40 years, you're gonna end up with $530,000 at the end of the year. That's a much better way to save your money for your pension here in the Balkans, where we know what happens with the pension system, than to do anything else. And that is a truly passive way of investing money. So what my book is not about making money quickly. My book is about how to, and I can guarantee you this today, I can guarantee that every single grandchild of yours can be a millionaire, thanks to you. What do you need to do? You need to be disciplined. In investing, being disciplined is much more important than being smart. I know people, brilliant people with super high IQs who are not wealthy. I know people with average IQ, but who are super disciplined. And who never step away from that discipline. And if I learned anything in this business and kind of viewing the whole investment thing from different, as I said, I like to always absorb things from a philosophical point of view and always ask myself, why am I doing this? What's the point of this? And what are the implications of my actions? And if you do this, so now imagine if you're capable of putting aside $500 every month, or 1,000. People do all kinds of different things. Dejan is here, he knows, he follows all the brilliant Balkan business concepts, yeah, from mangulica to ostriches, yeah, to raspberries, unbelievable, you know, it's incredible, you know. All those things are fundamentally a silly thing to do. If you have a career, The point is, be the best at what you can be. If you're, I don't know, a carpenter, be the best carpenter and make a lot of money making furniture. Don't invest in real estate, don't invest in malina, in raspberries, and all this nonsense, because that's active investing. Active investing is a full-time job. So I always tell you, if you're an IT professional, which is obviously a very profitable discipline in the past several decades, focus on that. Spend that extra hour on making another 5 grand in your business and then invest that passively long term. Don't take all your money and put it in silly projects. If you're a farmer, invest in raspberries. That's your business. But then extra capital, don't invest in, again, silly projects. They're going to take all your... I know a lot of people in this region who have burned so much money. Some even went bankrupt because they simply couldn't keep focus on their main business. It is very, very difficult to be an expert in one thing. Being an expert in 2 things, supremely difficult. There are no people who are experts in 3 things, period. So why do you think you're so smart? You know, especially in trading, I used to work all the time, you know, those stories about Wall Street you heard, it's all true. Why do you think you can go to the office from 9 to 5 and then do my job successfully? You can't. So that's the key. So basically, when you're talking about risk, all you have to ask yourself every day, okay, how much risk do I want? So each time, you assume certain risk, you have expectations, and you have something that's called, that's the only acronym we're going to learn today. Most of you know what it is. It's called return on investment. And that's the only number that you should care about. I give $100, and by the end of this year, I want 110. Period. And there should be a target. 10% is a fantastic return, long run. It means nothing in a short term. In a period of 10 years, it's quite good. 20 years, fantastic. 30 years, unbelievable. 45 years, you're rich. I always give an example of my mom. My mom was a gym teacher, but actually she was quite savvy with money back in the Yugoslav days, which meant a lot of different things. So she was very capable of you know, having businesses on the side and making money. So in the 70s and the 80s, there were almost no opportunities to invest money in a communist system because that's how they think. And basically, instead of putting money in some smart thing, she bought a bunch of land in some villages, built you know, a small house, etc., etc., and she spent about $50,000 back in 1979. Pardon. If she, excuse me, if she invested that money in S&P 500, today she would have $8.5 million. And she had that money. And this, but we have a beautiful little house close to Belgrade that's worth about $30,000 now. This is one of the main reasons, other than the political mess that we create, you know, from time to time, that we simply are poor and we're going to remain poor. Not because we are less smart than people in the West, because they're better workers and stuff like that, because long term, that extra capital, we simply do stupid things with it. And they don't. So, you have expectations, as always, you're expecting something, and the key, you should realize this. So when you say, when somebody is selling you mangolits and say, hey, we're going to make 40, 50%, you have to realize that making 40% per year is unbelievably difficult. Unbelievably difficult. If Warren Buffett cannot do it, why do you think you can do it? So you should be more realistic and hope for 10%. And then you're going to be able to be wealthy. And then Americans like to be, they don't like to be wealthy, they like to be rich. And that's the way how your grandparents are going to be, grandkids are going to be rich. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. Our next presentation will be how is Europe losing the tech battle, and it will be presented by Julia Custoi from Fil Rouge Capital. And after that, we are having our first panel for today, Hyper to Stable, what is change in innovative financing. That panel also will be moderated by Julian. And he will be talking with the people who know everything about this subject. Dejan Tonic, associate at EBRD, Jeno Nader, deputy CEO at Portfolio Capital Partners, Vladimir Đukanović, investor, educator, business consultant, and Domagoj Oreb, managing partner at Feels Good Capital.
Thank you. Okay, welcome everyone. Thanks for having me, Dejan, thank you. I wanted to before chairing this panel today, to talk to you a little bit about why and possibly how is Europe losing the battle, which I call the tech battle, and you will hopefully understand a little bit better my perspective on why I think things should be done a bit better in this part of the world. First of all, a quick word about myself. I used to be French a long time ago, you can probably tell by the accent. And I was in telecom before. I started being a venture capitalist. And I was fortunate to run a pretty successful telecom company for a couple of years, which we exited nicely. I was fortunate to travel and work in about 83 countries in this planet, which is, I believe, gives me an interesting perspective. About us, quickly, we are a venture capital firm. We will have about 100 million of assets under management. We invest in pre-seed, seed, and Series A stage, which is essentially, let's say, from 100K to up to 3 million in mostly tech businesses. Unlike what Vladimir said, I believe that you can make money when you invest with us, but we can discuss that later. And what we do, we try to invest in what we call the hockey stick. That's a bit of a joke in our industry. I don't know how familiar you are with our industry, but we are all looking for the unicorns and the hockey stick. Hockey stick refers to the way the company grows its revenue, which should eventually look like a hockey stick. So as a bit of a joke, I'm saying that we invest in hockey sticks. You have a couple of examples of the hockey sticks we are fortunate enough to invest into here. But enough said about us. A couple of, to dive into the topic, I'll start with a couple of facts. And these are quite worrying facts. These are the comparison between venture capital investments in the US and in Europe. And you can see that's the beginning of where I think we are losing the battle. In the US, you've got about 2,000 venture firms, about 12 times more than what you have in Europe. And those firms are managing about 6 times more capital than they are managing in Europe. So from the get-go, you have a significant lack of investment in innovation. Why innovation is important, I'm going to try to give you some ideas of what's happening in the world, which I'm sure you know about. This is a very interesting example. This is the S&P 500 in 1990. You can see the top companies there: ExxonMobil, IBM, Love's, Raytheon, defense industry, Coke, Walmart, all those companies, and that's what I would call the old world. If you look at the same slide, in 2010, in what I would call the beginning of the new world, you see still ExxonMobil topping it, but you see Microsoft coming in, Google, Alphabet, which was called Google at the time, and of course Apple is coming in, and you start to see the design and the impact of my previous slides on venture capital and investments, because all those companies were pretty much, the tech ones, funded with venture capital money. What's interesting to note here is the the market cap of the top 20, which stands at 3 trillions in 2010. So now be ready for an impact, because that's the same slide in 2024. What you see here is that pretty much all the companies of what I would call the old world have completely disappeared from the top 10. They're still in the top 20. What's very, very interesting is that the combined valuation, which was in 2010 3 trillion, is now five times bigger. What it means here is what's happening is these old world companies are of course still existing, but they are clearly less and less dominant if you compare to the technology company of the New World Technologies company, whichever way you want to call them. And why this is interesting, because this is essentially fueled by venture capital. Maybe not the top 20, although I think Alphabet is clearly an example of a VC-funded company. But what you can see here is the clear evolution that the value created in the US is essentially driven by tech companies. Why this is interesting? Because if you compare to Europe, the comparison is actually quite incredible. That's 2024, the Euro Stoxx 50, which is the equivalent of the S&P 500 in Europe. And one should wonder, where the hell are the tech champions? Well, in the top 20, if you accept ASML, which is a chip manufacturer out of the Netherlands, there are none. None, zero. So there is here a clear picture that shows that Europe completely missed the technological revolution. What's also very interesting to look at is that if you remember the market cap of the top 20 companies in the S&P 500 was 17 trillion. The same top 20 company in Europe, market cap is 3.2 trillion. So you can see again a massive difference here of about 5 times. So unfortunately, this leads to the creation of a significant disparity in terms of wealth being created. Why is wealth important? Well, I suppose wealth is important because at the end of the day, what you see in this graph is that the US has created over a period of 14 years 3 times more wealth than Europe. Okay, this is money, but actually you need to look at behind money. These are jobs. These are, you know, everything that comes along with being richer. It's access to better health, better everything. So I think we are clearly losing the battle here. You can see it in this graph. That's a graph. That's not opinion. These are facts. And that is essentially driven by the fact that there is much, much less money going into technology and innovation in Europe. If we want to dig a little bit more into the topic and look at possible causes, I don't pretend to know the causes, but I can think of a few causes here, which you may reflect upon. In the US, I think one interesting thing is that, you know, US celebrates entrepreneurs. I mean, today you think about Elon Musk, I mean, right or wrong, the guy is a rock star. If you look at it in Europe, and I would even say especially in this part of the world, you know, entrepreneurial success is often seen as, you know, you must be a criminal to be successful. And I think it's a question of mindset. Of course, in the US, you value a lot innovation. It's in the culture. Maybe it's a factor of being a much younger country. Europe is much more risk avert. I think Europe is more inclined to regulate than to innovate, but that's maybe too much of a political debate to get into. I think what's interesting also is that US loves to give a second chance. I mean, failing in the US is almost a badge of honor. If you fail in Europe, I can talk about an example that I know very well, which is my native country, France. If you're a CEO in France and your company goes bankrupt, you're actually by law forbidden to run a new company 5 years after you're bankrupt. I mean, if you think about it, you know, on one end in the US, it's a badge of honor to fail. In countries such as France, you're forbidden to run a company after you fail, which is, you know, completely insane if you ask me. I think another point to look at is the way that the retirement system works in the US. In the US, everybody collects money for its own retirement, which in turn has generated behemoth investors. You have a huge amount of money being managed by those pension funds, which of course goes back into innovation at some point. You don't have that in Europe. It's a different way to collect money. Europe, everybody pays for each other, which, by the way, if you look at the demography, is not sustainable on the long run, on top of being a total lack of impact, of having a total lack of impact on investment. Last but not least, our IPO market is close to being disastrous. There's very little IPO going on in Europe. Maybe not so much these days in the US, but there's been in the past a lot of IPOs, very successful ones. Why IPOs are important, of course, they are the best way to distribute wealth and create and sustain this virtuous circle. If I had a message for entrepreneurs, if there are any in the room, is, you know, to paraphrase the Nike a slogan, which, you know, is quite interesting, of course, comes from the US. It would say, just do it. I think from an investor standpoint, I think there's a revolution, upcoming revolution coming with the artificial intelligence. I think a few speakers have already talked about it today. I would encourage everybody to invest. I think it's a good way to make some money. I think Vladimir will tell you a little bit more about diversification and risk-reward perspective. And to conclude, just a quick picture of myself. This was AI generated, not by an image, but by myself trying to describe the way I saw myself as accurately as possible. And you can see that the result is quite impressive. So artificial intelligence is certainly at the dawn of a pretty strong innovation with a lot of good things happening here. So thank you very much. That was my foreword to the panel. I hope you enjoyed it. And am I supposed to call the guest? Okay.
It's okay.
So thank you. So I'd like to call Dejan, my good friend from EBRD. I'd like to call Geno from Portfolion. Vladimir, who was with us before, and Domagoj from Feels Good Capital. All right. So, Geno, you want to start? There's a bit of market turmoil is going on, or at least last year, the whole context of inflation, high rates, and so on. You know, how do you see this impacting the innovation landscape compared to previous years? And maybe a bit of word on how do you see this impacting the region, since you're operating in Hungary. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you. So my name is Jenő Nieder. Just really shortly, I'm representing Portfolion. We are investing from the Baltics to the Balkan. We are managing approximately 450 million euros right now. Altogether, we have invested 31 companies already. We have closed our first fund. It was very successful. We really like it, and we are pretty much focusing on the tech industry. And what you were asking is pretty much the fact what we are seeing. You know, back in 21, 22, there was a massive amount of money on the market. 2021, you know, and what we felt that there was a massive FOMO effect on the market, like fear of missing out. In 2023, all of the VCs were, you know, keeping somehow get into the back, and they were trying to, you know, get this sort of JOMO effect, joy of missing out. And that's what we have seen, that from the 2021 massive impact of the VCs on the market, you know, many money flooded of the investments in 2023, it almost disappeared. What you were showing on the slides, it's true that almost 60% of the investments went out. There is a massive inflation, not only in that region, but all over the globe. And this was also, again, a negative effect for the VCs to attract money for their VC investments, because the sort of alternative cost was so high that people were not considering to invest into that. And even in certain cases where VCs had committed capital, they were lacking the money, because even the LPs were not ready to provide. What we are seeing right now is that since in the last 2 years, everybody was, you know, just really resilient, really trying not to do anything, it is coming back right now. So from my perspective, I'm more optimistic for the coming 1, 2, 3 years than let's say last year or even previous year, because the lack of investments in the last 1.5, 2 years is just coming back to us with a massive effect that it will hit the market again and the innovations will start again.
Great, thanks. Dejan, what's maybe the perspective of EBRD, and I suppose being EBRD, what do you do to thwart that?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I will try to give the perspective on 3 levels, not just from the EBRD as a institutional side, but also from the perspective of the both startup businesses and the investors that we are in close touch and collaborating with. As for the startups, I think it was kind of a sobering moment, understanding that they really should go back to the lab, the garage, or the hub. They crawled out with their investment and do some serious work on proving their concept and showing that the work that they have invested in startup is not enough. The innovation per se is not enough. The team together is not enough. The branding they use, all the flashy things in the PowerPoints they're using is not enough. And they have to prove that the thing they're working on is going to become a business. It's going to bring the revenues, include more people, lead to employment, create a certain value that's being sold and recognized in the market. Also, it kind of distracted startups from these usual suspects of VC funds and other funds that were investing in startups, and kind of turn them to the people of their kind. Turn them to people who actually do understand better the innovation that they produced, and slowly startups started turning to entrepreneurs, asking for not just the investment, but also maybe support in order to finalize and finish this work on the startup, so it can get to the market faster and definitely scale scale faster. Also, I would say that on the second perspective from the investors, I think it also was a sobering moment for them as well. And it's not now anymore the game of big numbers and saying I invested in 100 businesses, or I spent I don't know what money on investing in all over the certain region, or the continent, or globally. Now I think for them it was more like I should go back to the beginning and ask myself, why am I from the first point investing in a business? Do I want to be Santa Claus, or I want to invest in a business that will actually create additional value for me, and bring more money that I invested on in the first place. So investors started hiring technical people, engineers, also people who are in closer contact with startups, in order to understand better the potential investment. Now again, the PowerPoint presentation is not enough. This famous or infamous elevator pitch, mind that it takes a lot of more work to be invested in understanding the business, going through the figures and showing how this business is actually going to succeed at the, let's say, hopefully global market. And from the EBRD, or I would say institutional perspective, again, startups and innovation, generally speaking, the innovation ecosystem is not anymore the the last thing you do at a conference and say, yeah, we do something with startups as well. Or it's not anymore, the CSR or promotional kind of thing. I think the financial institutions are starting to understand that there is a lot of potential in investing in early stage businesses, but it takes a lot more to understand, a lot more to invest internally in order to be able to work with such kind of businesses, and finally to close the full circle of services with that specific type of businesses. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Glad to see you still believe in Santa Claus. Great. Vladimir, maybe a question a bit off topic, but you seem to have a couple of hacks to make us rich. So what would you tell us to do in this high inflation, high rates context? Where should we put our money?
Well, again, it really depends what your can you hear me? Yeah, good. What your appetite is. The hottest industry on the planet right now is AI. 2 years ago, we loaded up. It's not too late. It's the fastest growing industry on the planet. 38% next 10 years. Again, you don't have to be very smart. So at last year's conference, Business Preacher, I actually opened my portfolio to people, and their portfolio made 89%. But that's not my portfolio. That's portfolio of my kids. Why? Because they're 11 and 14. They can risk everything that I actually give them. I cannot risk that much. So do I put my money and my wife's money into AI? No, I don't. Second fastest growing industry is digital education. This is what I'm doing right now. So if you go to my landing page, you can really see how it's done. This time I didn't invest in stocks. I invested directly in a company called Expertisa.net, which is a startup. We're gonna offer one educator per month, as we said. So those are two things. If you want hot industries, a lot of volatility, and but you have to decide how much money you're going to put in that, because the volatility is going to be huge. For steady investments, again, interest rates are going up, because we live in an inflationary world, and we did not fix the inflation yet. What concerns me is, like, inflation started about 2 years ago, and most of regions in the world actually fixed the inflation short term. But I'm concerned that we are back in the 70s. That's my biggest concern, that we're going to have stagflation. So we're going to have this, rise in inflation, then the drop, then the small growth, and everything. If you're know anything about history of economics, that's exactly how it happens. First you have inflation, then you subdue inflation, but then investments disappear. Without investments, there's no progress. So it's to me, it's scary, and I'm concerned that we may have another lost decade like we did back in the 70s. How to protect yourself against that? Again, I think just putting money in funds long term is probably the best thing, because inflation always works itself through the system. Again, why do we have this systemic inflation? Because of the conflict, because of the geopolitical conflict that we didn't have 2 or 3 or 5 years ago. So the place was very global, so we didn't have serious. I mean, anyone here, if you worked in finance for the past 20, 30 years, you never saw inflation. I mean, we just simply don't know what inflation is. When I had to speak to Mr. Henry Kavana, like one of the old portfolios of JP Morgan, he's 92 years old, to tell me stories about inflationary times and what do you do during inflation. Inflation is cancer. It's very difficult to overcome. So my biggest concern is that, you know, and then, you know, what will hopefully fix that are these hot industries, which is primarily AI and all this digital education and all this other stuff. But as you mentioned, your presentation was quite clear. I'm glad you did it, because Europe is going to have an additional problem, because there is no innovation in Europe, period. Mostly because of, to me, it's very cumbersome administration. For this company, I just tell you, we opened our company. Expertise is based in the U.S., in Wyoming. It took 15 minutes to open the company, and $250. When I was setting up my financial trust and stuff in Switzerland in 25 years ago, it cost me $75,000 back then. So, can you do that in Serbia? Nah, not really. Can you do it anywhere in Europe? Nope. So the second problem Europe has is demographics. Young people innovate. Old people do not innovate, period. So how is Europe going to fix that? I think, you know, the immigration policy must be reformed radically to fit, I think, Americans. If you follow what Americans do, there's a reason why Americans constantly have 10 to 15 million illegals there. You know, I lived in that country for 20 years, and there's a very, very good reason why they do it. If Europe doesn't do it, we're just going to be, I don't know, a continent of old women and men.
Well, doom perspective here. Domagoj, you do impact investments. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about impact and how you see it, but more importantly, in this context of change in terms of investing, the panel is from hyper growth to stable growth. Maybe you want to tell us a little bit how you've changed your investment policy and how you're looking at that unit economics of the companies you invest in a bit differently, maybe.
Yeah, people usually perceive that impact investing is something like the grants or free money or something like this. Well, it's not. It's we are the VC fund like any other VC fund, but besides the financial return, we have to do something good for the society. So there's no standardization how it's done. There's no measurement like EBITDA or something like this. It's defined by 17 categories mentioned in some UN principles, meaning the ecology, clean water, education, and stuff like this. So when we are investing, we are looking at the companies which have the good business sense and what is good for the VC. And then we are looking if they make some impact. If they do not make impact, then we do not invest. But if they, on their normal focus of the business, doing something good for the society, then this is good for impact investing. This is how it's done. Did we change the strategy? I would say that at least we in the region, we never invested like companies in US with these hyper growths and investing too much on crazy valuations. So I wouldn't say that our strategy is too much changed 2 years ago or before that. Because the last 2 years, I would not say that this is exceptional. I think it was exceptional the last, I don't know, 7 to 5 years when the interest rates were zero or negative, and with so much capital on the market. So yeah, we're investing in potential companies which are showing good traction, which has the potential, which has some objectively normal growth, which can be speeded up by the funds. I would say not investing in a hyper growth. I mean, hyper growth is nice, of course, if it's possible, but it's usually not.
Cool, thanks. You know, what's your perspective yourself at Portfolio? And have you changed a little bit the way you look at things from a unit economics? I mean, we always talk about LTV over CAC and a couple of, you know, year-on-year growth and some ratio of multiple of revenue as a valuation. Have you changed your valuation metrics, and tell us a little bit about that?
That's a very strange question, because I think not we are the ones who are changing the perspective. It's actually the companies change the perspective. So whenever I seeing a startup, they are coming back to us and saying that we can be, you know, EBITDA positive like that if we are not spending money on growth and things like that. And honestly speaking, you know, it's a little bit controversial. So I think that for a startup, it's really pretty much the growth rate is what is really important. You know, there are some efficiency measures of course, like, you know, rule of 40 and things like that, which cannot be used for startups for sure, but still it shows a good traction, that how much money you spend and how much growth you were able to achieve. So from that perspective, I think not we are the ones who were changing, but the companies have changed. And also I think the whole startup ecosystem is building on, at the end of the day, on large companies. You know, when Germany is drawing back all the projects which should have been started, all the big banks, all the big automotives are not starting the projects. It goes back to it goes down to the chain, to the startups. So if they are unable to get the growth from the large companies, they will not able to achieve their growth rates. So I think that's what really just happened in the last years. And that's what I was saying, that I'm a little bit more optimistic, because what I see that these large companies in Europe has stopped everything for 2 years, and now there are these companies, there are these managers who need to show some growth even in their companies, and that will have a positive effect on the startup ecosystem, I think. But last year and previous year, it was really hard, I think.
Interesting. So you're saying that the M&A sector as a whole, from the big sharks at the end of the food chain buying the smaller guys, is resuming. Is this something you see for some of your portfolio companies already?
I already see some concentration on the market in many countries and in many industries. We are seeing that, you know, startups are, let's say, investigated by the big companies, and even our companies are pretty much in the phase, you know, to get abroad, buy somebody there, because there are really good entrepreneurs, there are really good managers in certain companies, but they are unable to achieve their goals by themselves. So yeah, I think that this is the sort of concentration what will happen on the market.
Interesting. Yeah, thanks. Dejan, can you tell us a little bit about ESG and how you're dealing with this, the BRD, and what's the direct impact of your ESG policies and how you channel them through what you do?
Oh, it's a yeah. You want a honest answer or? Well, yeah.
Always honest.
Yeah. EBRD pitch. Yeah. So another sexy topic, you know, another great thing to do, and we are, you know, totally focused on implementing ESG wherever we can, you know, thanks to the shareholders in EBRD and all the donors that we have managed to get around the program that we're implementing. But if you ask businesses that they're working with us, that part is actually worthy of commenting. So anything you apply and if it becomes, a burden to the business, then makes absolutely no sense. So we're trying to, to present these certain sets of measures and operational and business-wise changes in to the clients that we are working with, but it's very hard. It's very hard to do, even with the more mature businesses that are present at the market. Not to mention the startups that are lacking even the essential capacities for operation. On a wider perspective, I think it is good to at least have businesses informed, at least to have them. As we are speaking, we are currently running another workshop in Belgrade, so with 20-something businesses that gathered. I would be happy if 2 of these 20 actually do something right after these the workshops ends, after they get introduced to ESG, after we spend some money for the consultants who are training them in that area. I'll be very happy to have at least 2 of these 20 to at least start doing something, because again, it's being perceived as another pain in the neck and not something that would definitely help businesses to be more competitive in the market. And if they don't absorb these say new things, their competition for sure will, and the game is definitely played by these, let's not call them rules, but newly imposed measures.
Vladimir wants to say something after you.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to say that I think ESG, sounds like a good abbreviation, and everybody speaks about that. But honestly speaking, if we are seeing that there is a lack of workforce in Europe, and especially there are many ZGEM people who are not ready to work to a company who is not compliant with ESG. They don't care about the money. They want to do something good for their life, for their children's life, for the economy. And that's why ESG is really important, because if you are not ESG compliant, if you don't care about ESG, you will not be able to attract people to work to you, because the sort of new generation will simply just not work for you. Sorry.
Yeah, interesting perspective. Vladimir, you want to add something, or? Okay. Moving on to the hot topic of the day, artificial intelligence. So guys, get ready, because you're all going to get the same question. Domago, you're the lucky winner, because we're going to start from you. Vladimir is going to have a bit of a harder job. So a simple question. I mean, AI, first of all, great or garbage? First question. And second one is, where do you see the biggest impact? And of course, underlying question is, tell us where to invest.
Yeah. Well, it's not the garbage. It's not the garbage, but I mean, this is a buzzword. Like, I mean, it was the buzzwords before in the history, similar. But I think this one is a little bit stronger and will last longer, I would say. Yeah. Actually, our first investment was in AI company, the Mindsmiths. There is an impact. There is an impact in for example, in a medical, in telemedicine, for example. This is one of the topics why we invested in education, in customer support. So this is where we saw some first business cases about the AI. It's still not defined what will AI do, as far as I see, and where will be the best case scenario for AI. But I would say that this is one of the good strategies for investing. Yeah, not the only one.
Thanks. Dejan, your perspective on AI and where to put the money.
2 years ago, I think out of 80 applications we would receive on the start a venture call, maybe 5 or 6 would only mention the usage of artificial intelligence in their, generally in a business model or some part of some feature of their innovation. Now I think it's 99%. So everything is now AI based, or will be AI based, or will do something to improve the general artificial intelligence usage in some certain point of our lives. I think in this particular part of the business and ecosystem, call it like innovation and startups, I think the attention of people who are involved in it is like having the goldfish attention span, and we are very quickly adopting new things being kind of introduced as a trend, and forget things that were happening like a year or 2 or 3 ago. I think artificial intelligence was somehow introduced at the market as a big hit, but already, I mean, it's been existing in the same way for the last couple of years, being developed, and I think whoever did such marketing, kudos to him or the team, and it definitely boosted some part of the economy in that way. On the other hand side, I think it's kind of bringing the negative or wrong attention to such products or services. It's becoming like a reality show, and I think the usage that we see on social media, particularly in our generally in the public, it's definitely distracting the way the technology is being developed. On the other hand side, I think the usage of AI in these new early stage businesses is going to have like at least from my point of view, is helping is working as sort of a filter, because out of these 99% of them claiming to use AI or will be AI based, only few are actually doing it in the right way, and I think those definitely have a good perspective.
Cool, thanks. Then what's your view on, and where is Portfolio putting their money right now?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think in the early 90s, when electricity was introduced, all of the companies trying to be seen as electricity companies. In 2000, it was pretty much similar with internet. All the companies trying to be seen as internet companies. Now,
.com, everything has a .com attached to it.
Now, pretty much similar with AI. If you are just trying to find a company which is producing tea bags, they already see that this is an AI company. In each of these times, the companies who were able to commercialize their use cases, commercialize their solution, these were the ones who were winning this battle. If you are just seeing Gartner has a really good chart showing the hype scale, what is happening. Only those companies were able to survive who are making commercial use at the very, very early stages. And that's where we are putting our money, actually.
So which sector? Don't try to escape the question. We all want to be rich here.
I couldn't say specific sector right now.
All right, maybe Vladimir, you want to give us a couple of sectors that will be revolutionized by AI, so we can at last put our money somewhere if we still have some.
Well, I mean, if you're young again, if I were 25 now, I would put all my money in AI and AI related companies, simply because again, my kids' portfolios are 100% AI companies that are investing the most, like Nvidia, Microsoft, and I can tell you, Amazon and Microsoft, buy them now, and let's talk in 5 years. You're going to make a ton of money.
Nvidia, no?
Nvidia right now is a little pricey, but it's about 70% PE, but their revenues are going to grow significantly. Their earnings are going to grow. Their forward-looking PE, in my estimate, is about 45. So if you can live with that, that's fine. But I used to own even crazier things. So I believe in trends. You know, I was there for the whole .com thing. I was there for the bubble. I saw it blow up in my face. But in the long run, all these, the key is again who can monetize this or not. Obviously, you know, if you can talk about technology. And my actually vocation, because I'm a philosopher by training, and actually my specialization is philosophy of artificial intelligence. So actually my first book, my novel, is all about that. It's about philosophical aspects of and how we're going to survive this whole thing. And artificial intelligence has been around since 1956. You know, so it's what happened, what changed is ChatGPT. That's what changed, because ChatGPT took AI and they put it in my mom's hands, in your hands, in every person's. That's what changed radically. And I knew that's going to come, you know, at a certain point. But again, and these are JP Morgan estimates, which are always super conservative and low. This is the industry that's going to grow 38% per year. What else do you need? When your company grows 40% a year, I mean, it's crazy. You don't know what to do. You can't hire people fast enough. You can't train them, blah, blah, blah. When the whole industry grows 40%, that's mind-boggling, you know. So again, you're not going to make mistakes. For an average person, how to do it? Just invest it in companies that invest heavily in AI. Established, profitable companies. From the, you know, part, I'm not, you know, a startup guy, and like, yeah, I generally don't invest in that thing. This is actually my first one. In that regard, I really don't know. You would really have to know that business model quite well. And again, as you said, not to have a tea-bag company that says we use AI, but like to have something, some value added that you have, let's say, a patent. If you look what's going on with patents with AI, unfortunately, China is kicking everybody's ass because they got about 4 patents to 1 patent in the West. So that clearly tells you, you know, when the communists are investing heavily in that, and you know, they have another very, very, you know, cynical advantage, and that's that they can use that technology on their citizens immediately, and they are heavily. So I think that if you are looking at startup stuff like that, you have to be more familiar with the details, which I'm often not.
Okay. I mean, if we move back to investment, looking at Domagoj. So if you have a young AI entrepreneur in front of you, trying to get a check from you for his startup, what should he prioritize when trying to pitch you?
First, yeah. If he's only talking about AI, this is negative for me, you know. This is not. I mean, we invest in people, not in technology. At least from my standpoint, we're investing into team. So if he has the clear and normal business sense that he is building some business which has the potential, and he's able to show that he will execute it. So not just ideas, but really an execution and attraction before. And if it's connected with AI, then great. Then this is fine.
So if he comes to you with T-Bag and AI, you're gonna say no to him, right?
Yeah.
You know, what's your perspective? What do you like to be pitched these days? I mean, what do you like to look at and seek for when you look at potential teams you would invest in?
I would like to see similar companies like Priorly, you know, that what is the pain that they are trying to, you know, cure, what is the situation what they are trying to solve in certain companies, in certain verticals and things like that. And the AI is rather the question that how efficiently they are able to do that. So AI is not, you know, the front tag of what they are doing, but what's the sort of efficiency what they are bringing into the game with that. I think that's important for us.
Good, Vladimir. I mean, you're not investing, but maybe one day you'll be an angel investor. What would you like to see from an entrepreneur trying to get your money?
Well, actually, these kids that approached me last year were quite concrete, but they've been doing that for 3 years. I mean, they're 21, 22, and 23. So they've been doing this for 3 years quite successfully. So I cannot comprehend businesses, you know, which kind of take money and they take years to get to the profit. You know, it's just not how I'm set up. You know, so you know, I would invest in any business that's making money, but in a business that's again, I don't speculate simply. You know, for me that's speculation, and I know that there's, you know, I'm not saying that's there's tremendous amounts of money. If you invest in a unicorn, you're going to be extremely rich. It's just like I cannot. I often don't understand how do you go from you know, several years of zero revenues, blah blah blah, to something, and I don't know that process. But when I see a profitable company and a positive EBITDA, it's that then I can invest, but not in a company that's losing money. Yeah.
So no negative EBITDA for you?
No, okay. Ever.
All right, we're coming to the end of the panel. Is there any questions from the audience? Great, okay. I don't know if this was planned, but I can give you the microphone.
Thanks. So I just want to catch up on something that you were saying in your presentation, and now that we have more kind of VC representatives and we're talking about investing in innovation. You were saying how Europe is losing the kind of tech game to US, and I think it's a very well illustrated and supported point. Do you see a difference in the mindset of VC companies who are investing in Europe? You have a European strategy and a US strategy. Are European VCs more or less brave? Are they also part of the problem? Are they part of the solution? Are they just maybe less or more aggressive? Are they pressured with their investors, by the regulators? Are you guys freaking out as well, or are you saying, you know, everything is wrong, we're just still doing the same thing as our Americans peers do? Thank you.
Good, okay. I shouldn't have asked for questions in the audience. But thanks anyway. Let's go for a coffee. I think you have a very interesting question here, and I'll try to answer to the point. I think the answer lies very simply in the amount we have to play with. Okay, and if you remember my first slide about facts, there is about 6 times more money available in the US. What do you do if you're a VC fund? If you have 250 million in one of the vintage funds to play with instead of 50 or 60 million, which is, by the way, an average size of a VC fund in the US for pre-seed and seed, and 50, 60 would be the average one in Europe. Well, what do you do? I mean, naturally, you know, it's human. You would take more risks. Okay, why? Because you have more money and you know that you may generate more losers, but by putting more money into more potential winners, then your returns will be higher. So I think, unfortunately, you always come back to the same story. There is not enough money. Okay, and of course that drives very much our behavior. So the unfortunate answer to your question is yes, we are more conservative. And this is something that we at Firouche Capital we fight. We like to believe we are VC type of investors, but and we try to make our investments and our choice along those lines. But the reality is that we always come back to building some returns for our investor with a smaller amount to invest, which means a smaller portfolio, which means in the end we have to build less risk in the portfolio. So that's the answer.
You know, we have seen in the last years that American VCs enter the market. Actually, even we have a company where IVP is already an investor, one of the largest US companies, US VCs. Just for the record, you know, I think the difference is not only about the money they are able to spend, it's about the market they are able to grab. So in Europe, actually, the amount of money for VCs is lower because the market is actually lower. So what we are seeing, you know, that if in the US, for a US VC, if you are unable to, you know, grow like 10 times per year, you are not existent. In that market, in the CE region, if you are able to, you know, like grow 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, there are VCs who are trying to invest you. Even in that field, in many cases, you are invisible. for US companies because of the market, because of the growth rates. So I think that's the difference. In the last 2 years, we see that because of the war, US investors disappeared. Now they are coming back, but in the last 2 years, there were actually no real US money, especially in the CE region.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Thank you. Hi, thank you. Very stimulative panel and discussion. I was triggered by a few key points. One is margins and earnings, and you mentioned your philosophy, you mentioned history of economics. My question would be, what's your take on over-optimizing everything, even in capitalism? Now, if we only focus on earnings and margins, where it leads us, even with AI, if you over-optimize one parameter, what are you going to damage over time? Meaning, is this constantly going to be about margins and speed and times X, or certain investors will look at what originally in capitalism, I guess, was about giving back to community much wider nowadays than before, and then earnings being just a, well, not literally a side effect, but just a part of the game. I don't know if you get me what I want to. What's your take on it?
You want me to answer, or you're addressing this to someone else?
Whoever wants to answer, just curious about how you see that as from the investor point.
I can answer from the American point.
All right. I mean, I can briefly answer. I mean, I like your question. Unfortunately, we live in a world, at least my small world, which is running a VC fund, where no matter how I'd like to turn it, I'm still very much driven by profits. Okay, right, wrong, like it, not like it. If I don't return money to my investors in my next fund, they are not going to give me a check, which means I'm going to close shop. Okay. Yes, philosophically, I really love what Domagoj does, and that's a very interesting angle, maybe which we should consider taking to fulfill our soul better. And I mean, I like your question to that effect, but in the current environment, no matter how much you want to philosophize about, be philosophical about the beauty of investing, at the moment, the beauty investing in the society we are in is really a lot about providing returns, because if you don't do that, then there is no more investing. Sorry, it's a bit of a blunt answer, but maybe Vladimir has another perspective.
Well, I mean, you definitely have two different approaches, and I see it as one being American and the other one being European. For me, business is business. It's cutthroat. It's all about margins. It's all about profit. Nothing else. Make a lot of money. Pay your people well. That's the first thing you can do for the community. By enriching your people. Give them different like what's happening with the public markets in Europe. European companies don't go public. And that creates huge problems. That creates, first, they cannot grow as much as American companies. Second, you cannot keep the, how JP Morgan keeps people by giving them options on the stock. And then you sit there for 12 or 14 hours making sure that stock goes up. Then you become rich, and then you give your money to your wife, and she does the community work. So, and I've seen that model, and I believe it works better because in the long run, simply if you lose focus in your company and get squeezed on margins, there's competition, and competition will simply eat you alive. The second thing, when you have private companies like in Europe, there's not that much pressure on performance. When you're publicly owned companies, and I'm actually proud to say that the first Serbian company just went public in a sense, became a part of the NASDAQ market, and it's actually one of my closest friends, Sasha Milovanovic, and it's a fantastic idea because his company just doubled in value in 2 weeks. And it's a betting company that did a reverse merger into NASDAQ. And that's a very, very smart thing to do in the long run, because you put pressure on performance and you put pressure on your people. But then it is much easier to keep your people and to reward them financially. And then what people decide to do their own money, and a lot of people in the end decide to donate money and help community. So I think for me that's the proper way, because again I'm subjective, because that's the I spend most of my career there, so, and it makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
Thanks. Quick word from then we need to close the panel. Is it okay?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, just one comment. So we are VCs, we are accelerators of the innovations, and I think it's not our job to decide which of innovation is good. But at the end of the day, the whole economy will decide whether we are giving something to the economy or and the people or not. If we are financing something which is innovative enough and giving back to the community, then we will be rich. If we are selecting something which is not, at the end of the day, it will turn out to be negative. I just wanted to say that that's the sort of play what we are, that's the sort of role what we are playing in this game.
All right, thank you. No. Yes, no?
Okay, 1 minute.
Less than a minute. I would just say that that same question should be posed to the entrepreneurs, to startups as well. Why are you doing the things you're doing? You're doing it for profits, you're doing it for the business, or for a wider good, And I think maybe the correct answer would be like maybe profits and the business thing should come first, and then you can make a spillover effect, and then do good things, ESG, ESG like things.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks the audience for the great questions. And next time I'll make sure I will never ask again. And see you all later. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Jel... Hoćete da mu stavite bubice pa da nastavi, bubicu pa da ovo... Plavi košulje čovjek. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We have a next presentation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. We have a next presentation. And it will be future of payments, a vision of how consumers' interaction with business is evolving. And our speaker for this topic will be Alexandru Mihalakiev, Head of Product at Visa. Thank you, Alexander. Yes. Yes. You can hear or here, or where are you? You can sit. Wherever you want. Na plažu.
Good afternoon. Should I do something? Yeah, it's working, yeah? Hi, good afternoon. It's super hard to concentrate for speakers with such an amazing view. So hello again, my name is Alex Mihalake from Visa. I'm managing products in 4 of the countries, Romania, Croatia, Bulgaria, and Slovenia. And I'm going to talk to you today about the future of payments. It's going to be an interesting presentation because we are talking about future, but it looks like the clicker is not going to work with the video to pause it, so I will need to engage telepathically with the technical team to be able to control the presentation. So we are going to talk about future of payments, not the very far future. We are going to look at the close future. We are going to be looking at challenges, and we are going to be looking at how we can solve these challenges. I'm going to start, and we can start with the next video, looking at what kids think about future. Please, if you can help me.
I've got an idea. Robots that deliver food to your house so you don't have to go to the shops. Maybe on phones, instead of battery, maybe they could live like 200 or 300%.
And maybe the football pitches will be up in the air with shoes that you can fly, like rocket boosts at the bottom of them.
So what would be the best food that we'd eat in the future?
Vegetables that taste like sweets.
Do you think cars will be the same?
No way. There might be cars that transform into airplanes so you can go long distances. And you don't even have to go to the airport and wait for all the hassle.
So do you think that we will use more virtual reality in the future?
Yes, I think if you want to go on vacation but you can't afford it, you can just put on your VR headset and then feel like you're there.
You had those VR things and then you can shop with them and then it just gets delivered to your door.
What about drones?
It would be very unsafe if you ordered your vase and, oh no, we've dropped your vase.
In the future, how do you think people might pay for things?
They might be able to pay with something in their finger.
How do you pay me?
I think you could just walk out of a store with the items and stuff would detect what you're taking out and automatically make you pay with it.
You blink and then it's sent from your account to their account. Pretty easy.
Very interesting, I would say. So I really want to look at cars that will fly, and you will not need airplanes. You will not to go through all the hassles of going to the airport. I'm not sure that's going to happen very soon, but we can look at some experiences, shopping experiences that could happen very soon, or actually they are already here. Like, for example, putting on a VR set, if we can go back a little bit, not move to this, putting a VR set. Yeah, and you shop from your house, from your room, you go through the store in virtual reality, you pick up things in the shop, you put them in the basket, and you just immediately send them home and you pay. Payment happens somewhere seamlessly in the background. We can imagine that. It's not something for the future. It's something that exists as technology. We already have it. We can use it. Kids were talking about stepping in shops, like physical shops, supermarkets, picking up things from the shelves, putting it in your basket, and just walk outside. It's not such a futuristic experience. We have it already. Amazon has it. Ocean already is piloting some stores like this. So we can see the experiences like this already happening in our lives. If we look at such experiences, especially if you go to face-to-face, so to in-store payments, you already see the experience of what we call in the industry card not present, or what we generally call e-com. So it's going to change quite drastically. It's not going to happen like we are used to now. Go to a store, tap your card or your phone when you walk out, which is already pretty easy. But in the future, payments, even in physical stores, are going to change a little bit. We are going to be having a lot of credentials that are stored with the merchant, and the payment experience will be super easy and super seamless. Let's talk about P2P payments. The girl was saying about we touch our fingers and money are gone. That's a bit futuristic. It's like thinking telepathically like I'm doing with the technical team. It's a little bit farther away than what we can imagine today. What we still can imagine today, we talk about easy P2P payment using, for example, an alias, sending to a phone, that can transition with the usage of AI, generative AI, into an interface where you don't interact with your phone, like tapping, clicking, next, selecting, but you talk to your phone. And that's, again, going to be super easy. Send money to mom. Send money to my kids. If these recipients are in your trusted beneficiary list, it's not even going to need authentication. So it's going to happen immediately. Money are going to be sent immediately. So there are a lot of use cases that we can call a little bit futuristic, but still that we see them happening today. We are very close to them. Let's look a little bit at, can we go one slide back? Thank you. One back. Thank you. We are a little bit ahead. Yeah, after the kids video. Looking at a little bit of data on, thank you, this slide, a little bit of data on what consumers really need. We asked a lot of consumers how they are engaging with the brands, how they are engaging with consuming, with shopping. A lot of them said we are starting to look not only at the product, at the value of the product that we buy, but also at the value of the brand, of the company. And we know this. We started to know this, that in our case, 2 in 5 asked consumers said we are going to be interested in the brand as well. We make a lot of decisions today. You see a very big number on the screen now. So we have a lot of hassle continuously today. What this means for payment experience, it means that the payment experience needs to be super easy. Consumers do not need to be in the situation where making a lot of decisions in our day-to-day life, we don't need to be bothered with making a lot of decisions when we are paying. What type of payment instrument to choose? We have, maybe you've seen some experiences, not sure if in your countries, some countries in Europe, when in an online shopping merchant, when you go to the checkout page, you see a huge wall of like 30, 40 ways of paying, and you need to select. That's not going to be something that consumers are going to consistently select in the future. Consumers will want something super seamless. And also the last figure on the slide, consumers are really, and all of us, we know it, consumers are really interested about the security of their money. And it's natural, it's money. 71% said that they are really paying attention. They are seeking to minimize risks, and they will look at choosing a payment instrument that they consider safe, that they trust. And now we can move to the next one. Oh, space doesn't work to say it. Okay, we also asked kids, because kids are the future. Kids are the future consumers. We asked kids, can go back to the previous slide, thank you. We asked 3,000 kids in 6 countries in Europe, aged 8 to 14. We asked them how do they see their future? This is the one, thank you. 76% of them said, I don't see myself working in a 9-to-5 job. I want to be my own boss. And we know it, we see it already. We laugh when we think about this, but we see it already with young generations, with younger generations, that they are engaging a lot with the technological tools available today, with social media. They want to create their own money. They don't want, and they want to be free. That is also very important. 40% of them believe that AR, VR, virtual assistants are going to be an integral, important part of their lives. So they really believe in that the technologies that are now shaping up and growing are going to be part of our lives in the future. And 25% of them, of course, were legally possible, aged 12 to 14. They are already making some kind of money online. They turn to different marketplaces, social media, and they are already making money on their own. And remember, these are 6 countries in Europe, like the likes of UK, Italy, Switzerland, so countries around us in Europe. And we can move to the next slide. So, we can stop, thank you. So we have a lot of data that we can use when we are creating payments engine, decision engines. We have on the right side customers that are choosing, we saw on the previous slide, are choosing based on value of the brand, and many other criteria for choosing. And we have, very importantly, the experience, creating the best seamless experience when paying. None of this work if the thing in the middle is not working, if we don't build trust in the payment ecosystem. This is super important, especially, we talked about even the physical experiences of paying in stores are going to gradually transition and move to e-com, so to card not present. Payments are going to happen seamlessly in the back. Consumers are not going to see that. Consumers really need to make sure that their money are safe. So trust is super important, and we can move to the next one. In e-com, we know we have a lot of issues. We can stop here a little bit. We have a lot of issues. E-com was growing a lot. Yeah, go a little bit back, thank you. E-commerce is growing a lot and is going to boom even more. There are a lot of challenges with fraud. You know it very well. You who are in the ecosystem, on the issuing side, on the acquirer, merchant, processor side, we are facing more and more threats. The likes of cyber attacks, the likes of social engineering, enumeration attacks, so many of them. And we can move to the next slide. We have already the solutions. We can use data. We are using data at the moment at Visa, and we have a lot of AI-driven risk scores along the full journey of the payment that can help issuers, acquirers, merchants take decisions to protect their cardholders. We have, for example, a risk score in authentication, in the authentication process. We have a risk score in the authorization process when tokenizing a payment. There are multiple elements that can protect this type of experience, of seamless payment experience that is going to happen in the back, not seen to the consumer. This is on the fraud. Another very important thing, moving to the next slide, is a thing that is already changing, and it is going to change the payment experience that we see today into what kids imagine in the first video. Tokenization. When I'm talking about tokenization, and we are talking about tokenization in the context of e-com, of course we have tokenization of cards on devices, on phones, when we pay physically. But now we are going to talk about tokenization in the context of e-com. We talk about two big things. And let's please stop on the screen. Two big things. One is the tokenization of credentials, so card credentials that are stored by merchants. We call this card on file. That is currently still with most merchants. They store the PAN data, the clear PAN data. And this is a very important thing to move forward and to provide that seamless experience. We can stop on this for a moment. And we also talk about tokenization when we talk in e-com, still in e-com, of paying with a wallet. Very important wallet that we, and when I say we, I don't mean only Visa, the entire card ecosystem are introducing today, is Click to Pay. Click to Pay is going to be the wallet that is going to revolutionize e-com and the way the experience of paying in e-com. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but this is the wallet, the e-com wallet. It's only going to be an e-com wallet that we are launching today. We are rolling it out in Europe. This is going to be the pillar of the strategic development of e-commerce as we know it today. And we also have, we know, third-party wallets like Apple, Google that can be used in the checkout process seamlessly, super easy in e-com. Why tokenization? And just to look at this figure a little bit, yeah, we don't need to move. So one of the important things that tokenization is bringing is hugely increased approval rates compared to approving transactions on PAN. This is happening for multiple reasons. Because when you think about paying with the PAN online, you can first of all introduce the credentials, the payment credentials in the wrong way. Second problem is that that the merchant is not updating the correct card number when something changes in your bank, and again you are going to have problems. So one important thing for tokenization in e-com is that it's going to deliver higher approval rates, significantly higher approval rates, and we can move to the next slide. A little bit of context for those who don't know what is tokenization. It's basically allocating a token, a digital number, to the physical PAN number, and we can stop a little bit on this. What is very important is that in case of tokenization, each wallet, or even more importantly, each merchant, is going to have its own key that is allocated for your card, but only specific to him. This is hugely important in case of frauds, because if there is a breach with that merchant, with the database of that merchant, fraudsters will only be able to have the token number, so the digital PAN, but are not going to be able to use it in any other scenario with any other merchant. So there is no use. Even if you get that, there is no use for that. You cannot use it in any other environment. And we can move a bit forward. This is how a process of paying is going to look like with a tokenized card. You just see the card in the checkout process, the card's in your wallet. No more PAN, no more any other details. We can stop a little bit on this. even the process is going to be more easy when paying with tokens. So not only managing fraud, decreasing fraud, but also the process of paying, it's going to be super seamless and much more easy because, and we have a video that shows a little bit next how the process is going to look like. So you just browse in the store, you just select the products that you want to select. We can play a little bit this. And then go to the checkout. Stop a little bit on this, please. Go to the checkout, and immediately you are going to see if you have a tokenized card with a merchant, either if it's a card that is stored by the merchant and merchant has tokenized it, or if you use a wallet, you are going to see immediately just the card. You don't need to insert anything. You are going to select the card, and similar to what we know now for Apple Pay and Google Pay checkout, you are going to be authenticated with biometry of the device, plus the token that is linked to the device. So super seamless experience. You just click pay, you will select the card, and that's it. You are going to look at the phone, and that's it. Payment is done. Compare it with what is happening today still in a lot of the cases. Inserting manually the PAN and all the process behind it. We can move a little bit further, looking at other scenarios of how tokenization will improve our payment experience. We have an experience of getting a coffee from your car. Imagine that you talk to your car, you tell your car, I want to know what's the nearest coffee. Let's assume that the coffee is going to be integrated with the system. You can, and we can stop a little bit on this, you will be able to order immediately a cappuccino from your car, and if the coffee shop is integrated, and we will start to see this type of experiences, you will go, and we can play a little bit now, you will go to the coffee shop and the coffee will be ready waiting for you, already prepaid from your car. So this is, the coffee could be in the car already. You are thinking about Star Trek and it just appears automatically. So lots of interesting experiences that tokenization can enable. And again, we have the technology today. Moving a little bit forward, we have the technology today, a famous quote here, but it's not still well distributed. And we can go to the next slide that will show a very interesting picture of distribution of technology today in the world. On the left-hand side, you see a representation of contactless adoption. And you can play a little bit more so that we have the percentages on Europe as well. A little bit more, please. Thank you. Perfect. We can stop on this. We started in 2012 with tokenization. Adoption, especially in Europe, and we know it, is super high. Everybody uses contactless payments when paying in real life, in stores. It's super amazing. I cannot imagine going back to inserting the card into a POS. It was a bit tricky even checking in the hotel because I don't have cards with me, physical cards at all, and they said we need to make a pre-authorization. Sure, here's the phone, let's make it on Apple, and now we need your physical card. Oh, I don't have the physical card with me. Honestly, I almost never have the physical card with me because wherever I go, I went recently to Vietnam, I was able to pay with Apple Pay almost everywhere. Like 95% of the situations, I was able to pay. Contactless really changed the experience of paying in person, card present or phone present, that we know today, and we love it. Everybody really, I can assume, I can expect everybody really loves it. It's super easy. You just tap the card or the phone. Now, when we talk about e-commerce, and we can play the progression of tokenization in e-commerce, this is what tokenization is going to deliver. This is the revolution that tokenization is going to deliver in e-commerce, and it is delivering today, because again, it's a technology that started in 2015 with Apple Pay first. A little bit more to see the percentage for Europe. That's it, thank you. It doesn't look bad if you look at the percentage for Europe. There are a lot of merchants, online merchants, that are either tokenizing the stored credentials. I'm thinking here about the likes of Netflix, Bolt, Amazon. They are already tokenizing the cards that they store. They don't store PAN anymore. So they are safe. They provide a seamless payment user experience. But if we look, this is the percentage for Europe, 42.3. It's goodish. We can improve. But if we look for countries, at the countries in our region, is much, much lower than this. Romania is a little bit higher in our region, like around 20%. Other countries are in the region of 5–7%. So a lot of work still to be done to deliver this payment experience. And this is where we need to work together as an ecosystem. We can quickly move to the next one. And I'm getting close to the finalization of the presentation. Another video shows
Holiday Now
other payment experiences.
Connected Journey enables travelers to manage every aspect of their travel seamlessly. What if we could enhance the experience with predictive data signals, flexible ways to pay, and checkout choice? Here is how. Say hello to Robert. He's new to Holiday Now, shopping around. Visa data signals curated from Robert's off-platform spend behavior tells us that he is an avid surfer, a sustainable shopper, and a frequent flyer. By predicting Robert's travel propensity, Visa helps Holiday Now hyper-personalize his trip discovery. Robert loves the weekend offer. He picks how he wants to pay at checkout and earns a little cash back. Epic, dude.
Let's stop a little bit just to discuss about the user experience. So we have a lot of data that we can use to create customized experiences, shopping experiences for customers, predictive models that will help customers see exactly what they need, this surfer dude, and also payments in the back, like you saw Click to Pay, that will help the process to be extremely seamless, extremely easy when paying. And another use case, going forward with the video.
In Hanoi's French Quarter, Jonathan splurges on a surprise dinner with his partner at a Michelin star restaurant. No need to worry about budgets. His Holiday Now card automatically switches to credit mode when paying. And voila! Next
Just to stop a little bit on this. So this experience basically allows customers to use, and the product is available, to use only one card, and issuers will give you as consumers one card, and then link it to all the other products in the back, like credit card, debit card, loyalty points, meal vouchers, for example. And there is a logic that routes, transfers each transactions to the specific product based on different criteria. We saw here criteria was amount, above some threshold, it goes to credit card immediately. So again, a payment experience that is super simple and super easy for the customer. And let's go to the last slide of the presentation.
Let's power the next generation of experiences together.
The word of my closing, and in the last slide, let's please stop on the last slide, is together. We need to work as an ecosystem, issuers, acquirers, merchant, payment gateways, even governmental entities, and here we have an example of digital ID, fintechs, and social media platforms to deliver the future, the next payment experience in e-com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander.
I'm not sure, do we take questions or? Perfect. Do we have time for questions? Please, go ahead. It's a logic that the issuer, it's super customizable. It's a logic that the issuer can define in our system. First of all, I'm going to give some simple examples on amount threshold. Above amount goes to credit, below specific amount goes to debit. Different MCCs, like industries of merchant, can go immediately to meal voucher if a meal voucher card is linked to the account. And then a lot of customization, a lot of criteria. You don't have money on a specific account, it can go immediately to a different account. It's super customizable. It's not a click-to-pay experience, it's another product that we are offering that delivers one card, one single payment instrument linked to all the other payment instruments that the customer has. It's on the issuing. The logic is going to be with the issuer. The issuer is going to set the logic. Acquirer just sends the transaction, gets the logic from Visa that the issuer has set up, and then the transaction is going to the channel that is set by the logic. Please.
Može.
This is a super extensive topic, but very interesting topic. So first of all, it's on one hand, it's about educating the consumer. That should continuously happen. The ecosystem should continuously, and ecosystem, I mean, issuers, merchants, everybody, Visa, and everybody should continuously educate the consumer. With tokenization, the benefit is that it takes not the liability and the responsibility, but it takes the pressure out of the consumer by looking at different models and trying to be one step ahead of the fraudster, identifying fraudulent patterns. So basically protecting the cardholder, even in situations where he gives everything. This is what engines like this are partially delivering, and we are developing them to deliver even further. I'm sure I'm not answering your question fully because it's a very broad topic. In terms of liability, yes, Europe is a little bit different than the States. Consumers need to feel safe. They don't need to be in the position where they profit from being safe, from being protected, but we as an ecosystem, we need to provide the framework where consumers feel safe. So even in situations where they have been hacked, in some specific scenarios, we need to have the liability, we as an ecosystem. And now there is a lot of question, who? Issuer, acquirer?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. And welcome again to Adria Summit. Our next panel will be Swift and Seamless, Mastering the Art of Quick and Convenient Checkouts, Explore the Secrets to Smooth, Lightning Fast Checkouts in E-commerce, Learn how to optimize user experience, boost conversions, and integrate top payment gateways for maximum convenience. This panel will be moderated by Božidar Pavlović from IMO Ventures, and our speakers for this subject are Reinin Schamberger, okay, Managing Director and Europe Consulting, Daniela Gašparac, Head of Market Research, CEO, Advisor at Telekom Serbia, Marketing and Communication Consultant of Sector Railway at MCTI, Dejan Tešić, CEO at All Secure, and Boris Blažević, KexPay Entrepreneur at Ester Bank, Croatia. I imam još jednu samo molbu, ovo može i na srpskom, pošto su u pitanju automobili. Molim vas da hitno uklonite automobile koji se nalaze ispred hotela, kako bi autobus mogao da izađe do 13 sati. Registarski brojevi automobila su ZG7379JH, BG 2509, BO i BG 2509TO. Hvala vam. Možete da počnete. Hvala.
First of all, thank you to the conference programming team, because our panel here is just a perfectly chosen topic after Alex's presentation before, so Visa gave me a great cue on that. My guests here, Daniela Gašparac, Dejan Tešić, Reiner Schamberger, and Boris Blažević. I will just leave my guests to introduce themselves, but I will start immediately. I mean, I'm sure that they will do it during their talks, but I will start immediately hitting the nail in the head. with the lady.
Oh, really?
So no pressure, right?
No pressure at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you've been working with the telecom. You've been working last year. We all remember your presentation from this conference regarding the great project on the trains, fast trains from Novi Sad to Belgrade and back. Those are two relatively different industries, quite different industries. Is there any difference? Did you find any difference in payment methods and habits of the different generations? We're talking about, obviously, maybe not the boomers that much, but the Generation X compared with Generation Y and Generation Z. What are the differences?
First of all, thank you for having me. And I have to say, difference between me and the other panelists, I will more talk from the marketing point of view and research point of view regarding payments and new technologies and everything like that. Yes, so I think if we were to talk about this a couple of years ago, maybe I would say that telco users are more inclined to adopt new technologies and that they will use more online payment methods. But for the last couple of years, I think that we all agree that we've seen quite a change in that area. That now there is a much more difference between generations than industries per se. And millennials are all, of course, they were innovators and early adopters of the new technologies. So I think that they now have their majority of the users of online payment, but also Gen X is really catching by. So I think that for the last research that I saw that Ipsos has done in Serbia, 73 or 74% of the online payments are done in age bracket between 30 and 45. So it's both millennials and partially Gen X. But the new generations are born with this, with the internet and the new technologies, so I expect that they will take over soon enough. But they are still in their early 20s or late teens, and they don't have steady income by themselves. So probably that's the reason that they're not spending as much money as them.
Yeah. So the new generations are inventive. They want to use maybe not their own, but the latest and most appealing means of payments, which is nice, but it can cause some problems, A, to the service providers, B, to the banks, C, to the merchants. Yes, I mean, our host told us that we're going to talk about the checkout process, but I just don't want it to sound very boring to you with all those, you have to have the good UX because your shopping cart will be abandoned. Let's talk about different stuff.
Yeah, I think that the thing is that I'm really proud of a project that we've done, Telecom Serbia has done. Me? Okay, sorry. I tend to use my hands a lot. Promise not to do that. What I'm really happy and really proud of the project that we did for Serbia was my colleagues from Telecom Serbia and myself. Is this? I think that's one of the biggest differences when we are developing new marketing and communication strategy. One of the most important things that we did is mobile app, and it's silly as it sounds. It was really a game changer, not only for the marketing point of view, the present company as a new and modern, but also for the customer experience, which I think nowadays it's the most important thing. And the thing that we definitely need to put in the center, not only like was before for only sales force or sales teams, but I think all the CMOs, the marketing managers, whatever. However, everybody is called themselves really need to be customer centric in that sense. That the customer experience, it's now the part of marketing. It's really the most important part. Mm-hmm. So we developed this mobile app, which is really simple, but it started really simple. We now added some more features, but that was the whole point, so to say, because we knew that users of Serbia Train, it's a really broad broad group, global group of people, and there are a lot of other, there are a lot of different target groups. So we wanted to make the experience as easier as possible for them.
Thanks. Talking about millennials and mobile apps, KEX. For those of you who don't know, maybe, KEX is one of the leading contenders in Croatia for the hearts and wallets of Croatian people, together with Revolut and Aircash. Boris is I would say, the most exposed media face behind KEX. KEX is a product of Erste Bank Croatia. So Boris, what's the secret of your success? What's the secret sauce of KEX? I mean, in Croatia, there is a verb, KEX me the money. Just like in Slovenia, it's Revolut me the money. Yeah. So I mean, it's a success in itself.
Yeah. So thank you very much. The success is the name. Not just kidding. Just kidding.
I knew it's not the technology.
I have this to start from the beginning because usually when we are on conferences in Croatia, almost 90% of the audience already uses KEX Pay, like for years. As many of you are from abroad, which is even better. So I have to start from the beginning. We are a Croatian payment app. I can say the most successful here in Croatia. We'll see each other in Serbia also as well, and also in other countries. The success is well, we belong to a bank. KEX Pay app is a banking app. We are an internal startup. A startup company within the bank, and we do some things differently. We don't say like you are, you know it from your banks, uplatite mi molim vas vi I tako dalje. We say, okay, send the money to your best friend, pošalje lovu friendu. This is, I mean, this is in banking industry, this is very, very new. In banking industry. So this is something that's very appealing to young people, but not only to young people, also to grown-ups. And what we designed, we started with P2P transactions, peer-to-peer transactions. I know I owe you $10, and then I send it to you like on WhatsApp, for example. So, and as for now, we have around 1.5 million euros per day are being transferred without any fees. So this is something that we started to attract people, and then over time, after 5 years, we now have added some more features which are very, very seamless, and also in the paying industry we will talk about that. But you can pay parking, for example. All of you who come from abroad, you can install KEX Pay. You can download it and you can use it as well, because we charge debit or credit cards. It can be Serbian cards, it can be Bosnian, it can be from almost all over the world. And you can pay when you're in Umag, for example, you can pay your parking ticket. It locates you in your town, in your parking zone, where you are, where your mobile phone is, and then you just swipe and pay the parking ticket without any fees. So.
Okay, enough with the marketing. Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, you wanted me to say, okay, why we are so successful. Of course, we have to do some more things, but what else?
Yeah, I wanted to after this brief intro on KEX.
Yeah,
I'm very interested in the next phase of KEX, which is you're currently enabling the usage of KEX at the merchants.
Yes, of course. Okay. So the next phase is in all this kind of apps. You have a premium app, you have a premium plan, you have a KEX Plus version, for example, because almost all of the transactions within the KEX Pay are for end users are without any fees. So we are building already a KEX Plus version with some additional fees, some additional features that I hope, let's say, 10% of the users are going to pay. But when you come to KEX Pay as a payment method, yeah. It's very seamless to pay, and we are in Croatia. We are already mainstream in web shops, for example, and digital because we are a wallet. But we are also making very, very good progress in cafes, for example. And I hope all the Balkan people like cafes. I hope that we'll do this in Bosnia, Serbia, and other countries as well, because you get your QR code on your bill, for example, in your cafe. There's a QR code, an additional QR code for KexPay. You scan it. You can also leave your tip to the bartender, and this is something brand new in Croatia, and just you stand up and go. So very, very good. And share the bill with friends. So this is something that we are doing. And the problem is, for example, in web shops, people like KexPay because they have this kind of mindset. In cafes, people like only cash. And when we say, okay, this is digital payment, you get your money to your bank account as a merchant, this is already problematic. It's leading in Croatia. I don't know how is it in your countries, but this is maybe one of the major problems.
Okay, coming back to Dan. AllSecure is a market leader in Serbia, but obviously you want to step out of Serbia to the other countries in the vicinity. So, on the other hand, Boris just announced officially that KexPay is going to be present in Serbia soon, right? Okay, relatively soon.
Sooner than you expect.
Obviously, it's in your both best interest to support each other. How long will it take then for AllSecure to introduce, to connect basically with KexPay?
Well,
or maybe it's a question for Boris, rather.
No. It's excellent question. Although I will start to answer a little bit from around, but coming to the point, which is exactly what AllSecure really stands for in its core establishment of operation, and this is connectivity. Yes. AllSecure, we are a Serbian company, Serbian origin company, but we are present already in all the countries of the region. We have customers. A majority of those are obviously in Serbia, but we are quite well positioned in Montenegrin market, have some merchants, Bosnia, North Macedonia. Also, we can deliver services even at this time, at this point, to all the EU member countries, including Croatia, Slovenia. And when I say connectivity, we are connected to, let's say, around 30 acquiring banks in our region, and about 250 acquirers throughout the Europe, which means that we are able to route a transaction and to find the best possible solution for every single merchant and for his demanding needs. And when I say this wide connectivity, it is also very much important that all of this is achieved with single integration, single API for the merchant who could use beyond traditional credit cards and wallets all the new payment methods like Sofort or I don't know, Ideals or Klarna, which are extremely popular by now, pay later payment methods. And also we are offering a number of instant schemes up to the cryptocurrency payments. So all of this is, as I said, delivered through the single merchant API. And what is also important and extreme beneficial for the merchants is that he has all the interaction and everything is condensed in a single merchant portal, whichever payment method it's used, whichever acquiring bank or acquiring route is used. It is really extremely beneficial for the merchants, back offices, and all the things. And coming back to your question, yes, we'll be obviously more than interested to add additional payment method like KexPay is. At least, you know, someone who is already proved and well positioned in its domicile market, and we are looking very much forward for the expansion.
So obviously this conference...
How much time? Excuse me,
sorry,
I haven't said. It is, you know, technically speaking, we are speaking about days, maybe weeks in engineers' work.
Okay, obviously at this conference, let's just wait and see for that, yeah, if it's days or weeks. But obviously this conference, the business is happening on the spot. I'm very glad to see that. Yeah, on the stage actually, yeah. Okay, last but not least, in the first round, Rainer, you're an European payment expert with vast experience, one of the key people informing the PSA in Austria, and a part of Eurogroup Consulting, a huge management and strategy consulting company in France. So I have actually two questions for you. First of all, how do you see, what's your view on all those proliferation of payment methods, especially in the e-commerce? In some websites, like, I don't know, Amazon.de, I think there is like 20 plus different payment methods on the spot. Does that confuse the clients? That's my first question. And second question is, most of those methods are connected somehow to the two great American behemoths, which I'm not going to mention because one of those is the sponsor here, but you know who I'm referring to. But obviously the European Commission wanted to fight them, and that's why the PSD2 is there, and the account-to-account payments also is something which the websites are pushing, obviously because of the fees as well. So what's your take on those two things?
Okay, thank you very much. So, Dobro Dožli from my side. We have seen all the ingredients from Alexandru, which could be in an optimal customer journey, but the reality at the moment is a little bit different. So I have prepared some numbers, coincidentally. So how much or how many transactions you think are still failing due to customer friction, if it's an intended buy purchase? How many do you think? 30%? Pretty good, yes. So it's about 26%, and this costs Europe about 18 billion euros still. So, and the reasons are differently. So the reasons are, we have 60% of the customers cite unexpectedly high costs as the primary reason. Mandatory account creation, it's about 34% of the customers. Complex checkout process, 26%. Technical issues, security concerns, 70% of the customers. Inadequate payment methods are only 6% of the customers. So there is a big variety at the moment how this experience is. And what we see is we have to start at the beginning. So it's a combination about identity, because, you know, we have many logins, and the big success of PayPal was that you don't have to store your credentials all the time. This was more or less the winning key factor. So if we look at the European space here, there is a big initiative on digital identity. It's called eIDAS. So I think this is a crucial point, because we should log in with our face, with our fingerprint, and we don't have to know thousands of passwords and whatever. We have to have this single login. That's the first step. The second topic is about data. From my perspective, you know, we still, and we are far away, we are talking about AI, and I will have later together with a colleague of mine a presentation about artificial intelligence, but we lack of relevant data at the relevant place at the relevant time. So my feeling is that we are all serviced worse at the moment, because digitalization is a friction at the moment and not an end-to-end seamless experience. This is one topic. And the second topic is about you know, as you said, the US-based companies. So I worked for US-based companies, for First Data and Cerberus, and I worked for Sberbank for the Russian side as well. So But we have to, and that's what Julian said, that's no wonder that we are lagging behind in Europe, because we are still driving the topics with the European Commission wants to push the banks, because we have 90% more or less, we have an account infrastructure which works. So we could use this account infrastructure with the digital identity, we can use the transfer methods, and then it means at the end of the day, it's not against the US topics, but we don't need US companies when we have domestic transfer, and the domestic transactions are 95%. So I built in Austria, for example, I was responsible for all Austrian payments. We had 97% domestic traffic, and we had to pay to MasterCard more or less. So with instant payment, and this regulation is now in, we could have, even on the e-commerce, and if you look at this topic is called request to pay, because that's the ideal combination between payment and data. That's what we need, the data at the relevant place, a single log on, and then you can have this seamless customer experience. And I think this could be a big chance for Europe, but we have to go this way. So this is...
Thank you. Following on what you have said, I think, let me just quote, not verbatim, obviously. Brett King said that the future of the payments are going to be wallets. But I fully agree with you that we need proper identity. But I'm not 100% sure. I think that the banks have really missed that train. Coming back to trains, pun intended, yeah? Why? Because first of all, we have your own preferable wallet, which might be KEX, which might be Revolut, which you choose based on the richness of the features that usually your banks don't provide. Then you have your m-banking. Then you will have maybe a digital Euro wallet. Then you will have a national wallet with your ID cards, whatever. It's going to be war of the wallets, I think. Obviously, without looking at the crystal ball. But first of all, how the wallet representative will fight against it? Because I think it needs to be some integration, either through APIs, what Dan has mentioned, or I mean, telco also, in some cases in the region, they try to launch their own app. They try to launch co-branded cards, which none of those initiatives worked, really, to be honest. What's the future? Is it going to be simplification, or is it going to be more and more options, which will, in the end, result in so many abandonment of the e-commerce transactions? Boris or Dan? It's a generic question.
Let me start, and then I'm sure you know all of you have something to add, but I will tell you what I think. So wallets are future, sorry, not future anymore. I mean, they are here already, and out of all the merchants, about 80% are accepting traditional credit cards or debit cards or whatever. Wallets are already up to 75% or something, and growing every day. Then there comes new instant payment methods who are aggressively gaining market shares, and also buy now, pay later methods, with the acceptance of about 35 to 40% already among all the merchant population. And then lastly, the crypto payments are taking like a 10%, but it's still significant. I would say, you know, there will be obviously a number of methods and new technologies in place. I would foresee a convergence. For example, the card schemes are already implementing instant schemes. Tokenization technology is very much, you know, closer to and more useful for the wallets than for the traditional usage of card per se. So that's it. But keyword instant is something that gains real attention. It is extremely popular for merchants because they are...
It's cheaper.
It's cheaper. they have money instantly on their accounts, you know, when the customer is already here and not waiting the clearing and settlement cycles of 2-3 days and bank to pay for another 3 to 5 days, I don't know. Then it is also very much important for the end users. They want instant refunds if there is a problem with their payment. So I see, you know, instant as something that is really a keyword for the payments for the future time. Yeah.
So convergence is the word. Boris, what lies in front of KEX? I mean, KEX is an Erste product. There are, correct me if I'm wrong, like 10 Erste banks in the region, in the various countries in the region, right? Mm-hmm. So say you spread in all those 10 countries and then you hit the ceiling. What then? I mean, it doesn't look like a convergence to me, really.
Well, it's not a convergence. We don't know what then. we don't really know.
It's an easy answer.
No, we really don't know. But regarding the fight between the wallets, I mean, KEX Pay as a payment method in at merchants, for example, this is only one of our many of the features. It's only one of the many features for Revolut, for Aircash, and also for KEX Pay. So what we do, we fight for the customers with different features. So you have Revolut, for example, they are very good at the cryptocurrencies. We don't do that. You have Aircash, they are very good in gambling, for example. We don't do that. We do peer-to-peer transactions. This is our main feature. We are good in it. So we are fighting in different niches, and we only in a part of our features we cover each other. So I think this will go on. And really, if you want to do very good gambling, if you want to have cryptocurrency, some other things, then you have Revolut, you have Aircash, and for the third, for P2P transactions, for example, you have KEX Pay. This will go on and on and on, because every wallet is developing new features, and we'll see where it will end.
Okay, thanks. What about telco? Are you going to be like lost and forgotten, like you lost the fixed line on behalf of those WhatsApps and over the top services, or are you really thinking to like jump on the train?
I think
while
that
it's still there.
Yeah, I think the telco will definitely try to jump into train. Landline, of course, it's been mostly forgotten, but also the telco operators quite seamlessly, quickly switch to mobile phones and to cable networks and so on. So I think that it's a logical.
When it comes to payments?
Yeah, when it comes to payments, that's something I'm not sure. I know that everybody tried, almost all.
You tried to use those SMS text messages to do payments and stuff like that, but
it's working, I think, for parking service, stuff like that. I think in generally, or donations, but it's not. It's something that it's still lacking. It's a gap. Telco industry I think it's in telco industry will still be provider for the internet and for mobile phones. So I think that's quite enough.
Okay, so for us it's wait to see what will you. Yeah, just go ahead. Yeah, it's your turn anyway.
I think it could be also a little bit renaissance. I'm just consulting A1 Group. They have seven countries here. They have a bank. T-Mobile founded a bank in 2002, and then they closed it down in 2010. But A1 Bank is now thinking about using their footprint. And with this instant payment, for example, the acquiring will be totally different at the end of the day. As Alexandru had on his last slide, it's about corporations. The banks are not talking to the merchants in our region. In Germany and Austria, for sure not. Still not. So, and if you think it could be also a renaissance of the banking wallet, because we still are lacking in digital receipts. We have founded in Slovenia a company with digital receipts, but the merchant don't want to go give their data out. But with request to pay and with this messaging synchronization with data, there is a chance that we could have all these digital receipts, because it's ridiculous anyway that we print out the POS slips and we're talking talking about sustainability. This is, you know, and I think there could be some changes or renaissance again, because if you have a big footprint, if you have a customer base, and if the vehicles are there, you have to connect the dots in a new way. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's what telco is missing. Telco has
but
everything.
You know that all that was of course T-Mobile. We had Telenor Mobibank, MTS Bank as well. So everybody tried at some point, but maybe that was too early, because I think people in the region are still more inclined towards traditional banking. They're not really that. I don't know. Dan can say much better, but I think people are just began to trusting using credit cards and online payment. It's quite a decline in the last couple of years, which is promising. But I think that in the terms of banking systems and mobile banking, it will take some time for them to gain trust.
Rainer, we would really appreciate again a top view from your side. We're talking about this consolidation, future consolidation of payment wallets and digital wallets of all sorts. But at the same time, one of the biggest advantages that Visa and MasterCard are having is interoperability. And you know, you can use your Visa or MasterCard any place in the world, wherever you see a sign, while you know, you step out of Croatia with your KexPay and you cannot do anything. You cannot. You can use your Revolut, but you cannot send the money to your friend in Dubai, who is a resident of Dubai, because they're not allowed to have Revolut yet. So MasterCard, besides the big guys like, you know, money transfer guys, Visa and MasterCard are still the only solution, right? So do you see something like consolidation in Europe under any umbrella?
Of course, the US companies are much ahead. This is clear. They have built a brand, and we talk about Apple, we talk about Google, we talk about MasterCard, Visa, and PayPal. So more or less these, and to speed up from the European side, it will be pretty tough. The European Commission is now driving this European Payment Initiative. They want to shoot big, yeah, but it's even now a big discussion between France and Germany. Germany invested now, you know, 200 million already, several banks. So there is speed coming up with the European Payment Initiative. They want to provide a wallet for each European citizen. Digital euro should be there. It's not finally decided. This could be something where they combine, you know, the dots that they provide. If they provide the right user experience, that's the next topic. Because with user experience, Apple, you know, even if you look at Google Pay, Apple is one step ahead, and user experience is more or less the key for accepting. And of course, we tend in Europe to discuss, as Stanford says, we discuss 90% how we do things, but why? It's a different story. Yeah. And I have no crystal ball, and but we have to do something that Europe does not lose the traction. That's the issue. Because as Julian said, look at the investment cycles and all these topics. We lose traction, and in technology, digitalization, all these topics, we are really lagging behind. And the ingredients would be there, but we have to use the connectivity between merchants and financial institutions. And if this will not be facilitated, the others will for sure be in the leading role.
Okay, I think Boris wanted to comment. Did you? No, I didn't. Okay then. Okay, one more question for each one of you. Apple Pay, not the Apple Card, Apple Pay, a friend or a foe? Because it's convenient, it's easy, it's quick, and the banks hate it. Because it takes part of their commission.
Yeah, it takes, of course. But for us, it's both. I mean, we like Apple Pay because we are issuing of the Visa Kex card. Yeah.
But it's not in the Apple Pay, right? And it's.
I beg your pardon?
Is it?
Yeah, of course.
Kex is also in the Apple Pay.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. We encourage people to use Kexitsa through Apple Pay because it's a selling point for us, of course. On the other side, of course, if you use, if you pay with Apple Pay at the merchant's place, not with KexPay, then of course it's we lose some money there. But I think we are embracing Apple Pay because, well, if we do not embrace it, nothing is going to happen.
Then Apple Pay, is it hard to integrate it to the checkout process? How long does it take?
No, it's not hard, and our platforms are supporting quite convenient integration with Apple and Google as well. But I would agree with Boris that it's a bit of both. I mean, on one hand, certainly the customers will prefer it, and customers have all the variety of choices which are ridiculous sometimes, but people sometimes want to use some payment method because they got used to or whatever reason would be. So for every single merchant it is extremely important to integrate and to provide as many payment methods as possible in a similar and a convenient way. And on the other hand, these guys are hurting the banks and the other players' margins heavily. So that's
okay, thanks. And for telco, I'm sure that you love Apple because they allow you to sell their phones in installments through your bill. But still,
yeah, but still, but I think I will agree with both of them. As I said before, since my perspective is more I'm speaking more from marketing perspective than from anything else. So I'm saying that in that sense, customer really is in the center now, and they want the easiest and the simplest experience to have, and everything to be instant, as Dan said, now more so than ever. So.
Okay.
So yes.
Rainer?
Three answers. First of all, I hope that the NFC interface will be opened now. Of course, we're in the middle of the war between Europe and US again. This would be some crucial point from my perspective. The second part is if you go with Apple, of course, you have to give many fees away. And remembered one of my owner banks, we got the NDA from Apple. They wanted to change several clauses. I think they're still laughing in the US, but it was not Erste. It was not Erste. And thirdly, just a thought of because we are still discussing about the UX, and we're treating all the people the same. So if we look at our demographics, we know since years that our population is getting older. In Croatia, in 2050, it will be 32% above 65 years. In Slovenia, 31%. And I think we have to differ in the UX for teenagers, for older people, and this could be something which again could bring Europe back if we treat this right. Because Apple is, of course, going the mass.
Thanks. I think it was informative. It was fun, this conversation, and since we're the only ones to stand between you and the lunch, I don't want to repeat Julian's mistakes. No questions from the floor. Thanks very much. Please, a round of applause for our.
And now we can go for a lunch and see you all at 3 o'clock.
They have detected mega trends for the next 50 years with the duration, which will have big impacts. And it's about silver society, about new ecology, about health topics, about globalization. And this is how are they connecting with each other. And that means the complexity is getting more and more, but you have thrive through with new initiatives, with new thinking, with breaking up the traditional silos, and all about ubiquity, anytime, anywhere. It's the big topic. And of course, AI will have a big impact on all of us. AI is nothing new, but the interfacing is new. And when we talk about how AI can impact our life, we are talking about the 4 A's. So one is automated, augmented, adaptable, and autonomous. When we talk about autonomous, you can think about even creating enterprise systems with an autonomous enterprise. That means you want to design your own enterprise with the artificial intelligence, yeah? And this will have impacts on the software development and future, on the way how you think, on the way how you interact, and at the end of the day, it's about customer engagement, because we still, as we have discussed prior, live in our product-centric world. We have to think much more customer-centric, which US and Asia does already. And at the end of the day, it's about customer service. And from my perspective, this is the big chance that we create a new experience for the service, because I feel that we are at the moment serviced not really good with all the aspects of life, and AI can help us here as a co-pilot. And I want to introduce Gürkan Ünlü. He is founder of HEAD, and he is the expert in these topics, and we created several avatars together, and he will now jump into
Dear
the
guests,
presentation.
welcome to the Adria Summit 2024. I wish you in name of the organization a lot of fun.
Do I really need
Dragi
a
gosti,
microphone?
dobrodošli na Jadranski summit 2024. U ime organizacije želim vam puno zabave.
Liebe Gäste, herzlich willkommen zum Adria-Gipfel 2024. Ich wünsche Ihnen im Namen der Organisation viel Spaß.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. My name is Gürkan. I'm the founder of AdEnd. While you see what we do, so we are a startup. We provide services around the topic of AI for enterprise firms. But the biggest topic is what we do is we build chatbots with large language models and generative AI. And I would like to introduce you and maybe to inspire you a
Suche
little
nach
bit
einem
on the topic.
Boutique-Hotel in Chania auf
And you see
Kreta
here what we do.
habe ich 3
AI, AR, and we form big data for more insights for customers in the retail area, and we do these content. This is where we provide. Maybe you can stop just for a moment the video, otherwise it will be. Yeah. So let me just ask you one question. So who is working with ChatGPT on a daily basis? On a weekly basis? Okay. So have you ever used the Microsoft H button? So press Microsoft and then H, you know what it's for? No, it turns on your microphone. So do you use ChatGPT by typing or by speaking? Typing, some of them speaking, yeah. And the answers you get by voice or you just read? Okay, let me introduce you to the topic so you can. So why I was going to go back to the topic. So why first of all Gene AI? So Gene AI helps you to reduce the cost. This is the biggest topic. So it will help you for turning more revenue. So when you work with your leads to nurture your leads, it makes things easier, and you're going to collect the data. And Gene, can you stop maybe the presentation again? So generative AI and large language models with chatbots are 24/7 there, and they continuously provide the same quality wherever you are, and they do not sleep, which is a huge topic, and it makes things easier. And the data quality, as long as you have the data in place, is always the same. So what we call the human error detection, it sounds first of all sad, but on the other hand, it makes the quality of your service better, it improves it. And this is the reason why we think generative AI in combination with chatbots is a good idea. But the reason why where we think its differentiating power is not yet covered by many firms. So this is why we're going to help you with human-like avatars, and this is a huge topic. So let's go with the next stop. The biggest challenge is where to start with generative AI. And when you see here so many different kind of use cases, it's just to show you, and then you need to decide where to start. And this is one of the huge challenges. You need resources, you need the right people, and you have a huge landscape of where to start. And this is where I would like to inspire you with a couple of things to get to the right topic, to the right starting point. So keep it simple, first of all. Then reduce the barriers. Ideally make it independent of your IT, because as more APIs you need, as more discussion you're going to have. The question of GDPR is always a question, of course, you need to cover, but there are ways how to deal with. Make it problem solving instead of just to have a bot. So think about where AI is going to help you, and make it now. So time is crucial, and now the power to differentiate from others is now the window of opportunity. So, and the biggest topic, that's where we think the differentiating power comes from, is making human-like avatars. So just imagine, humans start reading and writing just a couple of thousand years before. So just 10% of what we read, we save in our minds. And just 20% of what we hear, we keep for a couple of days. But 80% of what we see, and this is the reason why TikTok is working that well, comparing to other tools and apps. And this is why we believe in human-like avatars. So I'm going to introduce you to a couple of use cases now. For tourism, for instance, a solution with Gene AI, and you see it looks like human.
I am searching for a kids-friendly hotel with all-inclusive in Greece.
Based on the information obtained, here are 3 kid-friendly hotels with all-inclusive options in Greece that you might find appealing. First recommendation, Ecos Dacia offers a luxurious experience.
So what is in? A chatbot should have a video avatar. It should recognize your speech. You need to vectorize the data. So you have PDFs, you have PowerPoints, you have videos, and all these things need to get vectorized, so you need to run with your own database. Lip sync for video avatars is crucial, because that makes that really human-like, and this is why we get less distracted, why we are consuming a chatbot with video avatar. And you need to build your own LLM on a local or on a dedicated server to not train ChatGPT's AI. This is what is important, for otherwise it will be difficult for enterprises to work with LLMs. So this is what we do, and this is where we help you, and I would like to inspire you with a couple of use cases now in the upcoming minutes, where to use human-like avatars in your business or for your customers to provide services, or for your partners as well. So, and they are there anywhere and anytime on your smartphone, independent of the device. You can make that for onboarding, for instance. You know that people might struggle when they are new in an enterprise. They look for the expenses, how to make the travel expenses. Then in the city, the bot can help you in boring websites of municipalities. And the solution you see here is pretty simple. You have a chatbot. The challenge is the employee normally struggles with internal processes. Just speak and ask your question, and you're going to get an answer within a second, or 2 or 3 or 5 seconds, depending on your internet connection. And for new employees, that's really, really easy to use. So if you have fear to ask your colleague when you're new, and you can build your own buddy. Your employee will have a new own buddy for the employee life cycle, for any kind of question. And this kind of solution you can utilize for almost every use cases with communication, for internal processes, for your customers, for partners, and different kind of areas. And it reduces complexity. And of course, like we have learned before, You get less distracted by using, and you don't need to type anymore. You just click on the microphone, it's a web app, and then it started. And even when you look for people, you have a talking job ad.
Was möchten Sie über das Stellenangebot erfahren?
Wie sieht der Einarbeitungsprozess in der Regel aus?
Neue Mitarbeiter werden von erfahrenen Teammitgliedern eingeführt und erhalten eine gründliche Einführung in unsere Prozesse, Tools und den Umgang mit Kunden sowie einen KI-Bot als Buddy für alle Fragen.
So imagine the job ad is answering already the questions of the person who's applying.
Um die Spesenabrechnung zu machen, füllen Sie bitte das entsprechende Formular aus und reichen Sie es zusammen mit den Belegen bei der Buchhaltung ein. Bei Fragen, wenn...
So, and a WhatsApp integration, can you maybe just stop for a moment? Can you maybe stop the presentation for a second? So, this is possible as well. So some of you might heard about that. You can introduce your personal LLM, your generative AI, into WhatsApp, and it's answering all the questions the customer service has. So answer question, and from a certain point, you will be routed maybe to a human person to make an appointment or to get a demo. But that goes really into second-level support already. So as more data you're going to put into your database for the vectorization of the LLM, as more questions you will be answered. And you can give them long answers, short answers. You can make it really human-like. And the sentiment of the text, you decide what the text is. Is it more friendly? Is it more powerful? Or is it a woman or a man? That all these things you decide. So wait a moment. So has anybody of you a large language model in operations? Nobody? You don't have your enterprise ChatGPT in place?
I am new in the city. Can you tell me what I need to do?
Herzlich willkommen in Düsseldorf. Als neuer Einwohner der Stadt sollten Sie...
So because our company comes from Germany, so we in Germany have, as you know, we are not really digital in what we do. So the websites from municipalities look a little bit like in the beginning of the 2000s. And when you try to find the information, it takes you hours. And even to make an appointment, it's just a nightmare. So what you can do is just place a chatbot there. It's multilingual, so you can speak German, Turkish, English, Arabic, Russian, whatever. And everything is translated in real time into German. And then the chatbot can answer in German and in Russian, Turkish, Serbian, and all these different kind of languages. So the typical language barriers you under normal circumstances have, plus the time you spend of searching for the right information on the website of a municipality is eliminated. So, and you can utilize that, and this is what we would like to do from summer onwards. You can use that as a co-pilot right next to the person who is sitting in the municipality, and there's somebody is coming with really language barriers. So really problem solving. This is the main message that I would like to provide to you. So when you start building your own large language model on your own capability servers or wherever, try to find use cases which are relevant now and not for the future. So many people tend to make research and development. So there are so many use cases, very easy use cases which you can utilize now. And this is my recommendation. And can we go ahead? So some more use cases.
Erstens, melden Sie sich beim Einwohnermeldeamt an. Dies sollten Sie innerhalb von 2 Wochen nach Ihrem Einzug tun. Dafür benötigen Sie die Wohnungsgeberbestätigung und einen gültigen Ausweis. Zweitens.
So, and one stop again, please. So one more use case in the area of large language models is management of contract. Don't know if you have heard about the regulation of IFRS So this is for finance companies, so for companies who are dealing inter-country. You have a contract and you need to decide, is it revenue or not? So this is something under normal circumstances you're going to ask your auditor or your accounting firm. But these things can be done within 2 minutes instead of 10, 12 days for only a couple of euros with generative AI. And this is what I would like to tell you. You have a contract. Your CFO under normal circumstances would ask companies like KPMG, EY, or PwC. Here you're going to upload your contract, and then within 2 minutes you're going to have a result how to deal with the contract instead of 10, 12 days by speaking with an auditor. So, and the problem is pretty easily solved. And this you can do again in your dedicated generative AI area. This is where we help. Again, it's a very niche area, but it helps today. Yep. Can you? Good, and this is the result you see. Normally you're going to get a memo from the auditor according to these 5 steps which you do when with a regulation. According to the regulation you need to deal with 5 steps. And this is something that the AI is going to do from you today. So you can save the budget for your auditor or for the accounting firm. The people you have inside your team, especially in the CFO and the finance department, going to make more speed on the decisions, and then things are more easier. And you can do that with almost any kind of contract. So it can be a partner contract, it can be your customer contract. You can upload the contract, and then immediately you're going to get a result. So in some more topics like here, where we help you. On the left-hand side, you see how you normally generate an image with AI, and on the right-hand side, how to generate an image, for instance, for e-commerce professionally. So everybody thought that they're going to make images today, but as you have heard before, motion or videos have the value they're going to keep you in your mind. So, and this is where we can help you from taking a normal image to get that in motion with this kind of AI solution. And then the uplift in your e-commerce is really huge. So 20, in some cases 30%, depending on your shop or on the fashion you sell or shoes. And if you have any questions afterwards, just let us know. We can help you with that. And the idea at the end is just find to inspire you on the topic of AI, especially with video avatars. And yeah, if you have questions now, we can do that if you want. Thank you for joining me for the last 20 minutes. Any questions? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. A normal project takes approximately 4 up to 6 weeks. So depending on the topic, for instance, customers provide their data to us. It can be a PDF, it can be a PowerPoint or a video. And first of all, you need to normalize the data. So for instance, the AI might go into the wrong direction because in PDFs you might have an image or a table, for instance. So this is where people start working on to normalize the data and turn that into a harmonized way. Then you bring that all into the knowledge base. So you train the AI in a knowledge base. This is week number 3 and 4 approximately. And then you start vectorizing with the whole training data. In some cases you need some kind of synthetic data. So Q&A, for instance, helps always. And then you start testing, ideally automated. And then after 6 weeks, you should have, for instance, a WhatsApp integration. Yeah, you can do that in the GCP, with Azure as well, and AWS is very common. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's in milliseconds, so we support, we utilize 4 or 5 different providers for languages. So just Google, for instance, has approximately 250 languages available, and even just 50 different dialects in Arabic. So you speak any kind of language, then the speech to text is translated into the text, and then you decide on which language you would like to have the output. So you can speak Arabic, the output can be Russian, and the other way around, and you can mix it up really, including dialect and sentiment. For instance, in Scottish dialect, Edinburgh, professional. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And enjoy the day.
Thank you. Our next presentation will be how AR and AI are transforming the real estate industry, and our presenter will be Daniel Pickle, CEO at Chatbot Agency.
Dobar dan svima. Ja ću se obratiti novim našim jezicima, da ih ne imenujem. Moje ime je Ervin Pašanović, ja dolazim iz kompanije Adventis Real Estate Management i ja ću biti moderator za mog dragog prijatelja Daniela Pikla, koji će nam ispred agencije Chatbot objasniti na koji način najlakše i najbolje možemo da iskoristimo veštačku inteligenciju u prodaji nepokretnosti. To je danas velika tema. Mi smo napravili jedan kratak uvod koji se odnosi na standardne tehnike prodaje nepokretnosti. Ja bih vas sad malo proveo kroz ove najosnovnije marketinško-prodajne tehnike. Znači, mi smo napravili jedan uvod vezan za tržište nekretnina uopšte. Tržište nekretnina u jugoistočnoj Evropi, ili da ne kažem na području bivše Jugoslavije. Dobar dan, gospodine Vujoviću, kako ste? Je otprilike negde preko 10 milijardi evra. U Beogradu je godišnja prodaja nekretnina negde preko 2 milijarde. Otprilike nekretnine su postale totalni hit. Skoro sam naučio da Nemci, kad govore o nekretninama, koriste izraz beton gold, ili faktički, s obzirom na nerazvijenost tržišta kapitala u Srbiji, a i manju razvijenost tržišta kapitala u regionu, nekretnine su postale zamena za to i svi plasmani, sav višak novca, sve investicije se svode na kupovinu nekretnina. I kako bi ubrzali ceo taj proces, celu tu bazu ekonomije, jer svi znamo da je nekretnina još od rimskog prava, ima poseban zakonski status baš iz toga što predstavlja najsigurniji kolateral i uključuje faktički sve industrijske grane u svoju proizvodnju. Iz tog razloga smo rešili da uđemo u korak sa novim trendovima i novim tendencijama i moj dragi prijatelj ili jedan od najbližih mojih drugara, da ne kažem brat, Boro Vujović ispred agencije Opereta, koja je jedna od najjačih u Hrvatskoj, je bio dovoljno ljubazan da zamoli svog saradnika, gospodina Pikla, da nam objasni kako Opereta razvija svoju veštačku inteligenciju u smislu brže, lakše i sigurnije prodaje i plasmana uopšte svojih proizvoda. Mi otprilike znamo da postoje razne neke marketinške tehnike, postoje razne varijante. Meni se najviše sviđala ovo objašnjenje. Vrati mi ovaj prethodni slajd. Da. Znači, imamo razvoj brenda i to je jedna kompanija koja se zove Diageo razvila za plasman svojih proizvoda široke široke potrošnje, ali meni se najviše svidao ta podela na takozvano pravilo 4A, gde razvoj brenda prolazi kroz 4 faze, znači awareness ili spoznaja, acceptors ili prihvatanje, adopters usvajanje i adorers obožavanje. I otprilike to je način na koji mi plasiramo sredstva i u tom smislu smo napravili neke definicije šta predstavlja prodaja, ali svodi se na to da predstavlja davanje dovoljne količine emocionalnih i racionalnih informacija klijentu koji bi trebao da donese pametnu odluku u smislu koja bi bila pozitivna i negativna u smislu plasmana ili prodaje. Može sledeći? Neki prodajni kanali u plasmanu nekretnina su direktni prodaj, znači prodaja putem posrednika, listirana prodaja i kroz razne vidove oglašavanja, znači koji se deo opet sad po nekim raznim podelama. Još jedan slajd. I ono što je po meni najbitnije u kupovini nekretnine, to su takozvane racionalne i emotivne kupovine, gde racionalno se deli na profitabilne i investicione, a emotivne se dele na statusne i životne. Što se Srbije tiče, kod nas je nekretnina životna odluka, predstavlja jedan od najvećih stresova u našoj zemlji. Suštinski, kod nas je must imati stan, u poređenju sa Zapadom, gde je faktički moguće da ceo život proživite kao podstanari i da nemate nikakav problem sa tim, ni statusno, ni emotivno. U našim krajevima, ako nemaš stan, nemaš porodicu, nemaš decu, ne možeš da nastaviš potomstvo. Tako da, i pored toga treba imati u vidu da su nekretnine, znači sve, od pećine do kongresne dvorane, do skladišta, do stana, do vikendice, hotela, kongresne sale i tako dalje. Tako da, ova naša industrija prožima vaše živote u svakom mogućem aspektu, jer vi živite u nekretnini, radite nekretnini, hranite se u nekretnini, volite se u nekretnini i na kraju umirete u nekretnini, što je vrlo zanimljivo, jer i groblje imaju status nekretnine i grobnice se prodaju. Tako da ne kažem da je i bolnica ili porodilište nekretnina. Ceo status je zaokružen, a kako sad to da unapredimo sa veštačkom inteligencijom, reći nam Daniel. Daniel, izvoli.
Hvala. Thank you. Let's switch to English. My AI journey started almost 2 years ago with this AI craze. I started with DALL-E 2 at May 22, and after that, almost every day, new AI service popped out. There were like text to image, image to image, audio to image, image to audio, video, all different combinations. In November came ChatGPT, and that was, let's say, some kind of revolution, like something like didn't happen a long time ago. So AI applications are in these 5 main areas. I will go each one. I mean, is there anyone here who didn't try ChatGPT or any other LLM? I don't think so. I think that today ChatGPT is like default. You can't even imagine the time before ChatGPT, because we are creating content, using it for generate new pages, blog posts, I don't know. I wrote this chatbot assistants, but chatbots are like totally, I don't know, Q1 AI craze in this 2022. We get those assistants which didn't get up and didn't catch up. So,
but for us who are belonging to the bit older generation,
okay,
where can we find use of chatbot?
Chatbots aren't accepted as they should be accepted. We brought. It's hard to say. Some niches and businesses made usage of chatbots, but most of them didn't. I mean, we started doing chatbots. Those were like semi-automatic chatbots on Messenger, WhatsApp, and web chatbots in 2016. And in US, for example, that was like really big hype, and it lasted for almost 2 years. But here, I can tell many good examples. We made good marketing sell for Blue Sun hotels, and we had some support for Operator Nekretnine, where you can talk with chatbot and get information about real estate you are asking or offering. And in few answers and questions, he's leading you to the agent, and then you go to, I don't know, phone call or something else. As for tools regarding text, of course, there is ChatGPT for its current version, and number 5 is coming by the end of this year, and it is said that will be left like 100 million people without jobs. So we can imagine what we'll have by the end of this year.
Let's kill ChatGPT.
Yeah, there are others, of course, LLMs. Most known are Claude 3, Gemini, I don't know, but Claude 3 is not available here in Europe. I wrote also here IDX by Google. IDX by Google is new service pushed last week, and it is strictly for developers. You have pre-built frameworks, so you can easily make, I don't know, Angular JS, Next.js, or any other new technology, front-end or back-end. It really helps developers, and you can speed up your process. I talked with one senior developer a few months ago, and he told me that AI is speeding up his work like 5 times right now. And in the future, it will be even more. We will need real developers and engineers, of course, always. But it is questionable for the new one. Is it good to go into this area or not? Okay. So next area is, of course, image. I think everybody in this room try to create image using text prompt or with other image. So basically, you can help yourself today without knowing, I don't know, some advanced software like Photoshop or anything else. You can easily fix your photo, change the resolution, make it sharper. You have like, I don't know, thumbnail. You can make it bigger, like 5,000 pixels times 5,000 pixels. You have this AI canvas. So if you have one scene and you need to go, I don't know, on the right side or up, you can easily generate that invisible area with AI. So also you can create new scenes. For example, you'll have 2 photos of house, front and back. So you can feed AI. Of course, it is better to feed with more photos, but even those 2 photos can train this AI LLM, and you can get numerous new photos from many different angles. You can basically choose, I want upper left corner or anything else. So you can make your photos even more. It is infinite generator of new photos. Main tools and the best tools currently are Leonardo AI. Midjourney is not so good anymore. It is good, but not on the first position. We have a new player for the last couple of months, Adria, who is really good with text, and you can create really good logos, almost like vector-like, which can be then with other software convert to, I don't know, vector format. So you basically have infinitive design or vector generator machines. DALI 3 is for OpenAI's, of course.
So I'm sorry, just to understand the concept. This is something that can help improve the quality of the pictures and presentation that I'm doing regarding the real estate that I'm offering to the market.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can help yourself. Basically, you can have one or two images, and you can create numerous
multiple images from all the angles,
from inside,
all the sides.
from inside.
Okay,
exactly. Yeah. You can help yourself. Other tools are also good. Each tool have or own features, but most services like Leonardo have multi-tool features inside that one tool. So it's multi-tool. In the near future, all tools will have those multi-combinations, not only text to image, but text to image, camera movement, motion, I don't know, many different things. Next area is video. So text to video or image to video or video to video with upgrades is also possible. Top tool is let's say currently Runway, because they are also multi-tool, and the Leonardo AI is jumping in also in that area. Midjourney will also have, and basically all image generators today will have this option to generate video in the near future, and all will have implementation of audio, and you will basically have more tools to create, let's say, whole movie. You will write short or long prompt, and after a few minutes or maybe hours, the AI will generate movie in the length of, I don't know, 1 hour with
the Hollywood production.
With Hollywood production,
okay,
actors,
and special effects and everything.
Everything else.
Yeah, but in the basic concept of sale, comparing Croatia to Serbia, or seaside countries with the continental countries. You have many strangers buying real estate here. In Serbia, not so much. And many of them are focusing their decision of buying via internet. And presentation, especially if we're talking to the foreign markets and people living far away from the real estate that they're buying, especially seaside real estates, are a bit different comparing to the ones that the people can physically touch, feel, sense, smell, and so on. So, as far as I understand, your tool helps improving the making emotional and the rational
marketing and sales. First steps.
Further on, first steps for the faraway buyers. And what is the extra quality that they're getting from this kind of presentation?
There are other things in AI, like just a second, sorry. We came to this area. This is 3D. So the newest, latest advancement is in 3D generation. So again, text to 3D, image to 3D, and other combinations are currently in progress. Generated 3D models are not so good, and in most cases are not usable, but very soon they will be. So the implementation of this 3D based on, let's say, image, you can take image of a house or inside of one room, and you can create 3D model. You have depth, and that is something that is different, and the potential buyer will have more information. And
but for my agents,
feel.
I still didn't see that anybody can put on the helmet and walk through and complete the recording.
I understand. You can make a 3D model with your with scanners or something, with let's say Metapod scanner, or just with your phone, and convert it into 3D model, and that 3D model can be used in VR, AR. You can place avatar inside of that 3D model, or make metaverse with several areas, or one area is just one metaverse, and you can walk through that with that avatar, or maybe in AR. You just place this room inside of your house or outside.
How we keep our agents not to overdo it? So the people took the VR tour and then come to the real
location
and be disappointed.
I mean, if the 3D model and presentation is better than the real location, we have a problem.
Yes.
So it needs to be replicated exactly like it is. So we need to make the 3D model to look as realistic
to feel
as
the
possible.
market. How much can we
Yeah, we can easily make it look better. So the potential buyer is hot, he's interested, and he came to the real location, see it, feel it, and then all work is on agent.
His enthusiasm up, not down.
Of course. So for that we have photogrammetry. Photogrammetry is old technique where you can create 3D models of rooms or houses using your mobile phone or SLR cameras, and of course behind all that is AI. So basically you can make the 3D model, implement that on your website as a 3D model, so people can look it from outside, use it in VR or AR, so you can place it on the floor, on your table, so people are familiar with the house they are buying and the surrounding area, and it's much easier for potential buyers to decide if they want to buy. Of course, at the end of the day, the real buyer need to go and see and feel, smell, the touch, exactly, the house or apartment.
It sounds great, and it already started, and I'm very jealous of you and Bora that you're already using this improved approach to the customer. I'm just waiting for you to complete your quest and then give it the final product to me without any bugs. But our mission is to make the new world closer to our customers. What is the best approach that you feel how we should do it?
I mean, if we talk about those customers that are far away, abroad, we need to show them as real as possible those things that they are potential buyers. So we need to use those new technologies like AI, photogrammetry, in combination with AI, AR, and VR, of course. VR is good, but it requires hardware. So if you have hardware, then it's okay. Okay, I mean, you are more immersed into VR, and you have better feeling of.
What about
space.
local clients and local colleagues? How can we exchange our offer, which we cannot complete the process by ourselves? Can ER help us in that way?
I mean, we can share all our AI
Or
work or
portfolios.
AR.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So they can use it for selling the same or the similar real estates, of course.
And we can offer some additional bonus if they sell it in the short time period.
I mean, yes. If your agent have like this, I don't know,
Exclusivity on some
exclusivity, and the buyer is other agent for other agency is buying, you can have agreement and sell that apartment.
Sounds perfectly. I'm going to fire all my agents and just keep the
awesome
AR. Okay, thank you, thank you very much. Okay, guys, our time is up.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions? We receive all the languages. euro, dollar, yen, whatever, yuan. Mr. Vujovic, you probably have something to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Initiatives, to strategies for effective data collection and analysis. This roundtable will be moderated by Boris Vucic from Black Pine Executive Consulting, and our speakers will be Marko Radojčić, MPI at Cube Team, Ivan Prebicevic, PhD founder and CEO at Simplify, and Milan Nedeljković, Dean to FEFA faculty. I'm sorry for my microphone. Izvinite zbog mikrofona.
Radimo. Thank you, Jacqueline. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming to our presentation. So actually, it's a roundtable. So why is it a roundtable? If you notice, not a panel, because the idea is that we all kind of join the discussion. Unlike other presentations where there's no room for questions, ideally we would involve the audience a little bit. So it all depends. I'm judging from your faces. If you will be shy or ready to participate or challenge us, but really ideally this would trigger a little bit of a discussion. Of course, if it's not a topic which is close to you, you'll learn something maybe new, but if you are in this topic, especially around consulting and providing solutions to enterprises, I think this might be an interesting session. So I'm very proud to be joined with Milan, with Marko, and with Ivan, whom I know. Some of them I've worked actually on projects together. So very happy to moderate. I will also, in addition to moderating, I will give a little bit of an input myself. That's how we kind of decided to do this. So bear with me if I kind of go a little bit more into content rather than just asking questions. So we wanted to kind of set, first of all, the kind of the topic for today. So we're talking about AI strategy and how AI strategy could be used to solve some existing problems in large organizations. So we're talking about enterprises, corporates, banks, insurances, retailers, FMCGs, logistic companies. We're talking about larger organizations which usually have a siloed approach. They have their challenges with IT, with HR, with client value management, with processes, with data. And now this wave of AI comes in. So what does it mean? Is it going to just wipe everything away? Is it going to be a new chance to do something differently? This is what we're talking about here. So what we'll try to do is to understand why organizations are talking about AI strategy today, but more importantly, why are we talking about AI today? What is different? What has changed? Why now? And then each one of us who is dealing with our own kind of subject matter expertise field will try to explain how it touches what they do, where we see organizations in a kind of evolutional stage or maturity level, and what might be some best practices which we see. So I will try to talk about kind of strategy and client value management. I think Milan ideally will talk more around the modeling and some advances in the modeling field and how it relates to what's happening in AI. Marko will be talking more around data and their data orchestration, data architecture. Ivan will be talking more around processes, process automation, design, and mining. So each one of us is already working probably 10, 15, maybe 20 years in these fields. We see where organizations are struggling, what the topics are, what needs to be done, and again, AI comes in. So just talking a little bit about strategy. We saw from the previous presentation that the kind of whole history of implementing LLM and Gen AI solutions started even before ChatGPT, but let's say the big wave, we can say, started from around November 22. So we're talking about a year and a half already. So I wouldn't say that there are big budgets allocated for 2024, but surely for 2025, larger budgets will be set aside by organizations to implement something around AI. Why? You know, us, for example, might be sitting in a board of a large organization. Let's say Milan and I are sitting on a board and we're saying, shit, we should do something about this AI, right? So, because our competitor is just launching an AI strategy, McKinsey says we should do a strategy, Black Pine Consulting is saying do a strategy, so let's do a strategy. So what do? All of a sudden we have this thing we don't really understand, and it's quite technologically driven. It relies apparently a lot on data. We need to have a lot of smart people. We need to fire a lot of people. So what do? So I think what the organizations are thinking to themselves is that, okay, first of all, we need to kind of coordinate all the efforts. We need to kind of probably take it away from pure IT, even take it away from the digitalization initiatives, because a lot of organizations already have a chief digital officer, and just kind of finally they implemented the chief digitalization strategy, and now AI. Is AI part of digitalization? Is it not? Is it more than that? Do we do modeling? Do we do modeling? Who does modeling in our organization? Oh, there are 5 teams doing modeling. There's modeling in collections. There's modeling in marketing. There's modeling in this and that area. So we need to somehow create competence centers. Do we need to buy new software? Is this in the cloud? Is this safe enough? How can we train the model if we're training it for our competitors? You see, so these are some of, what are we going to do with our data architecture program, which is running on for 5 years? Do we stop that? Do we need to redesign our processes from zero because we are just doing some kind of agile back office type of project? So these are some of the questions we want to be sharing with you. I personally, from my experience working, I would say 15 years in consulting over mostly Central Europe, Central Asia, Middle East, Southeast Asia as well. I see some markets adopting it really fast, especially Russia. Unfortunately, now with the war in Ukraine, things are kind of a little bit challenging, but up to the war, it was really full head-on implementation of AI situations because they have huge amounts of data, big portfolios, and you just have to use AI and predictive models when you have big sets of data. But we'll be also talking a little bit about our region. What do we see in the Balkan region, maybe in Central Europe, etc. Milan, you are somebody who have been dealing with, let's say, modeling, predictive analytics for many years. You even, I think, have a PhD in this topic. Or to open with you, why now? What has happened that this became such a topic? So you've been doing something you probably found hard to explain to your parents and your relatives what you do. All of a sudden, this thing becomes like the latest new thing. Is it the thing you're doing, or is it something new? Why the hype now, and is it a hype?
I think it is. So I think it is working, right? You can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So as always, I think the truth is somewhere in between. So there is a hype, obviously, as we experienced going back to 2002 and .com bubble, and also what was going on with blockchain not far time ago. So there is some hype about AI. And at the same time, the opportunities that we already saw today at some of the presentations are there. And why we are talking about this, I can just tell from my personal experience, one of my external supervisors, Hal White from UCCD, he was working on neural networks in the 1980s. And he already showed then that neural networks are universal approximators that can be used in finance and so on. So we had this knowledge 25 or 35 years ago about how well we can use these type of models. So the thing why we have this situation at the moment, I think, is a combination of different things. And I can use just an example of if I want to cook a jam, and I can use this example because we're after lunch, so we are not, none of us is hungry at the moment, right? So if I want to cook a jam, I just need very good ingredients. I need a pot, right? And I need some fruit, and I need some sweets, and I won't put any artificial colors because we are organic. And for this, the pot is infrastructure. So I couldn't really build this type of models 20 years ago because the infrastructure in terms of the database, we talked about vectoral databases and so on today, was not there. So that's one thing. If I want to put fruits, I don't want to put rotten fruits, and Marco is going to talk about that. So I need some data which is of relatively good quality in order to train these models. And this hasn't come until recently. And the third thing is the sweets. And I need sweet which comes in 2 dimensions. One is my user behavior, so that people, and we saw that after COVID, has become more digital envy, right? And we have more information, more accustomed to use these type of solutions. So that's one push force that is coming. And the second one is the mindset of the organizations, which have realized the opportunities that may be present there. And what is important is this is mutually reinforcing. So this couldn't happen before. We had a period of focus on machine learning, on models which would be used to obtain predictions for either propensity scoring or predictive maintenance and so on. So if I'm an organization and I have learned that I can get some value in them, then I will be more openly minded to use more advanced, let's say, or not advanced, but a different type of models that LLM and GenAI can bring to us. So I think this combination, and what is also crucial, and I'm just going to stop there so not to waste much time, what is super important is that we have this mutual reinforcement, as we had before. So predictive or machine learning came after the analytics, but the idea of machine learning in that segment was to improve upon analytics, but maintain the analytics components. And if we want to get the full value out of LLMs and GenAIs, then we should really use them on the top of the predictive or machine learning models so that we give additional value to them. And we can talk about that a bit later. So the key thing to understand is really where is the source of value that is coming from LLMs, and that is how we can avoid this trap that we should all do AI. Why? Because it is a trendy thing.
Thank you, I agree. And I think what I'm hearing also is that if we take LLMs, large language models, and generative AI, this kind of, let's say, the wave which struck us a year and a half ago, up to now, most modeling was done on organizational data. Some of it was external, bought, integrated, but you had a pot, you had your infrastructure, and you're cooking the jam with the data you have. The assumption of LLMs and GenAI is that these are sophisticated softwares which are created on publicly available data, on let's say in the cloud. So you're training the model by huge amounts of data. So data now is not only an internal problem, the external data is now actually as well a problem because it's knowledge. So maybe Marco, to you, because you've been dealing with arranging data, improving the quality, orchestrating data, what challenge does this now create for you? Because I'm sure that you are struggling even to persuade organizations today to organize the current data, let alone more data. And what is the kind of level of maturity that you see? Generally speaking, do you see organizations which are really advanced and ready for this wave, or are they still struggling and stuck in the current mindset of what data quality means?
Thank you, Boris, for such a, let's say, nice intro. I must tell you guys that you're very lucky to have these gentlemen here with me because they're speaking about this sexy and nice stuffs regarding AI. I must speak about, about data. Not very boring. I would try to make it more interesting. Yes, as you said, Boris. All the companies are struggling in some, let's say, going through the phases of data maturity. In order to create or to make this conversation or this let's say this discussion more interesting, I would rather look at the stages of data maturity that one company is going through. All of us, all the companies that we work for, or our companies, doesn't matter, they are collecting the data. They started probably from the internal data, external data. They sometimes take some real-time insights from the data. But generally, if you look from the maturity stages, the first one is, I would call it a data awareness. Data awareness is something that the companies okay with that to collect the data. They started with the data from the internal sources. They start to manipulate with this data. Even some of them are collecting the data from a third-party sources, from some different systems, from the clients, so the second-party, third-party data, and so on. And I would say that the majority of the companies here in the regions that maybe we are covering, Europe, Middle East, and so on, so that they are quite aware of this phase, and the majority of them even pass it over to the second one. But I think that for this region and for the regions right now, or for the time that is going to come, I think in the next I would say 1 to 2 years, the second one is even more important. Why it is more important? Because it has to do with the data-driven insights. That means that the data is working for our systems. It is automated within our systems, and that we are not using only a historical data. We are not using only the data for the analytics and for some reporting, but rather we are doing it to enrich our business processes and our our business results. The third one is, of course, I would say advanced data-driven organizations. This is something I would say the cultural shift, the change in a culture, which is, I would say, maybe the biggest challenge for us. This is something that is done. People are aware of that. You know, I would say IT is more on our side. They understood that we are not the risk, but rather we are there to support them to open their minds. You know, not to open the matrix, but okay, I don't know. I will leave you two and all of us to think about that. So I would say these are the three major phases. Later on, we can go through some cases and see what are realistic cases that the companies went through. Maybe I could share some real cases and to see how the companies are coping with all of this. So.
Thank you. Ivan, your company, Simplify, if I may kind of phrase it, focuses on process design, process management, process automation, task management, etc. You are somebody who's been doing for many years process efficiency initiatives such as Lean Six Sigma, Agile as well. Where do you see process-wise, where have organizations come up to in terms of maturity that you see, and what might kind of AI bring in the process management field? Marco just called process management sexy because he said data is not. So for me, process management is sexy. Where do you see process efficiency in its maturity today? Let's see, in our region, I know you work also in wider, in Middle East and wider. Can you give us your summary, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Boris. I don't know anyone else who is calling processes sexy, but maybe if you talk a lot, maybe somebody else will think the same. So I will just, like when we try to see do we need and how well the mature process we need in order to implement AI, I will start with one story, and this was very recently, like 2 weeks ago. I was in one of the biggest companies in Serbia. Like actually it's the third enterprise if we compare it to the revenue. I was in the board meeting, and because the CEO invited us to explain what is process automation, how we do process automation, so we kind of tried to do this, and like after a while, the VP of the company wanted to ask a question, and he asked me like actually why we need this for, and I told them that we need to map the process, then do the mapping of the waste, and then make process more efficient in order like to do the automation. And he told me that actually they are in the business for more than 30 years, they are extremely profitable, and they don't have those kinds of processes, and he really doesn't know why am I here. And I tried to explain that that's okay, and he still can be working like that, but if he wants to automate the process, first we need is the process. So if we don't know what they are doing, that is very hard to implement automation. And I think the same way we have with AI. If we can make an AI model to cook the jam, but if we don't know how to cook the jam, I don't believe that we are going to. Maybe we can make something that no one will eat. So something like that. If we are talking about what we have seen so far in the region and in the Middle East, and the Middle East is pretty much similar, just they don't know how much they don't know, and they want to go to Mars immediately, so it's kind of end up nowhere. So I try to make the three ways, but I will make like the basic companies and advanced companies. So in the basic companies, I would say those are the companies who either don't have a map and defined process, or they have something. For example, we have been working in that bank, and we came there, they said, okay, we have all the processes, we'll give you all the documentation, and when we get the documentation was from 2016, so it's almost 10 years ago, so those processes are totally obsolete, so actually they don't know what is currently happening inside their business. So for those kind of companies, and as far as I'm seeing, and we have been working in more than 17 countries, it's maybe 90% or plus. Some are better, some are worse. There are some continuous improvements, there are some people who are actually trying to make something better, but not too much. For advanced companies, those are companies who are like if we're talking in service industry, who have implemented like process mining, task mining, who are actually knowing at exactly once every second what the employees are doing, and that AI, because process mining is using AI, is building the process maps, and in the real time they understand what is going on in their company. And if you're talking about manufacturing, because you cannot implement process mining fully in the manufacturing business, you have IoT stuff, and you have also the people who are there like every day on the field doing gamma walks and trying to make the processes better. So the real estate was the topic here. I had a meeting 1 month ago with one real estate company here from Istria. They're quite big. They're like 25 million revenue. And why I had a meeting? Because the owner came to me and said, okay, I don't totally understand what is happening in my company. So I'm fine, I have a profit, but I don't know what is going on. And before coming to the meeting with me, he was in the shop to buy some potatoes for the kitchen of the company, because there is no one in the company who can buy potatoes, etc. So I think that first we need to understand what we want to do from AI. We want to understand what are the processes, what we have as an input and what we have as an output in order to get something. So probably next year, because I don't know German, we can come here and I can speak in my language, you will hear German, but if I don't know what I'm speaking, there's no point of any kind of AI implementation.
So I guess what we are kind of saying is that each one of us in our field is doing certain initiatives around data, around processes, around also strategy, around modeling, and we are facing certain challenges. Some of them are cultural, as you referred to, Marco. Some of them are budget. Some of them are fighting for, whose responsibility is it going to be. So AI strategy might provide an interesting opportunity to kind of revisit, rearrange, rebudget, reprioritize some of these initiatives. But that's why we said, starting from getting the house in order. So if our data model is not good enough, forget AI. If we don't talk about process automation, documentation, and awareness, maybe even redesign, forget AI, because what are we actually automating further? If we don't even have modeling, how do we go to large language modeling? Because the M is the modeling. So we still see a lot of companies, especially in the region, who don't have a modeling department. They don't have modeling people, let alone modeling management software, which would be the next level of maturity. So I sometimes feel that as we talk about these advanced things, of course we can do always a chatbot, and I think the previous presentation with the avatar is really fantastic. That's one of the things which would really lead the innovation, but then behind it is the whole kind of, customer delivery. You might sell a credit card on an ATM with an avatar, but then the delivery of the card might be 3 days later because nobody's doing the. So these, I sometimes feel that these are some of the end-to-end processes. Data is end-to-end, processes are end-to-end, client value management is end-to-end, but organizations are still in silos. In banks, we have risk officers, we have the marketing department, we have the IT, we have the security, we have the legal, and then the client is, I guess, everybody's baby, and then we just drop the baby with the water. So I think maybe what we are seeing here is that exactly why we work as consultants and solution providers, why companies hire us, because we are able to look across the organization while they don't. And I think when we go and revisit the strategy, we need to kind of realize that these things need to be redesigned, revisited. So let's talk a little bit. I think we have about 25 minutes more. And please start thinking of your questions and your inputs, please. I would love to hear maybe just another round, and then I'll ask you for some input. That'll be really great. So we looked at a little bit of a snapshot, right? What are some of our pain points? What are some levels of maturity? Where we see issues? Where would you say, Milan, in your kind of field, what would be the best practice? Where do you see in your field of modeling and predictive analytics that AI is going to be able to take to the next level? Maybe what are also some of the challenges? What would be like the best case for you? What are you aspiring for?
Yeah. I'm aspiring for a client who knows and who is certain that he's going to get a value from applying AI in their business, and is happy to go into such process. And you mentioned already one of the issues that we encounter in every day is that you don't really see the exact value that you're going to get from implementation of different type of AI initiatives. And the reason why you don't see that is because you take a siloed approach. So if I want to build, let's talk about one example. Let's use two examples. So one example can come from banking and financial industry. So at the moment, I want to improve my sales process, right? And typically at this moment I should already have in place some models which would do propensity modeling. So I would be surprised if I don't have that. So I can have a model. Some banks are maybe there, some banks are maybe not there, but I should have some decent model that will give me the propensity that Marco is going to take the credit card and will tell me which channel I should use to target him. Should I send him Viber or should I ping him with email and so on. So that's fine. So that should be working. But if I don't know the values, and it's precisely what you were saying, if I don't have a client value management, if I don't know how Marco is valuable for me, then I'm already facing one bottleneck because I really need to know how valuable Marco is for me. And now, if you want to use LLM models, what I can do is really do hyper-personalization. So in order, I will, and this is what I mentioned at the beginning, so I will use an additional layer on the top of my propensity modeling so that I reach out to Marco with a really personalized message that comes from the LLM layer, which I have trained based on his behavior, which I have in my data. And this should really increase, on one side, my sales efficiency. On the other side, it should increase also his customer experience because he will be more happy to get to be reached out in the way that is kind of most suitable for him. So that's one layer. But in order to do that, you really need to have end-to-end approach which will take into account what is the total lifetime value of Marco for me, including risk propensity and so on. So this is one thing. Mm-hmm. And the second approach, which I can use also, and there is of course the guys presented today was quite great, and there is a big potential for banking in terms of automation of processes, and this goes with document builders, knowledge management bots, and so on that we've seen so far. The second example, which is, let's say, slightly lagging behind banking, is FMCG and retail, and this is exactly where there is even bigger potential for application of different type of models. So there, and to be honest, we worked with the multinational global companies, top 5 companies in the world, where still most of the trade marketing is done through Excel, right? And here, this is tremendous, potential because, and especially because you don't really have at the moment understanding how much you get, what is your return on the different type of trade marketing promotions you do. So I'm going to do them because I need to do them. Why? Yeah, we do that. Why? This is how we work. This is what the competition does. But if I can enable models and learn how much I get actually from putting these guys on rebate and putting this on promotion, how this affects not only this guy, this SKU, how this affects my entire portfolio, there is a value. And this is what we were doing. And you can see immediately that you improve your profit margins by a decent amount, that you improve your sales, you improve your ROI. And this is really what I'm coming back to, that if I want to use AI models, I really need to start from the first question is why, what type of value I'm going to get from them.
Thank you. I think Rainer was saying today, it's not the how, it's the why actually, why we implement this, why we do it. And I think this is the reason why maybe Microsoft decided to implement the Copilot inside Microsoft Excel, because they realized we're going to use Microsoft Excel forever. So they just put the AI straight into this forever tool. Thank you. Marco, what is a dream client from you vis-a-vis next level of data orchestration? What would you love to see as in a kind of perfect scenario?
I would maybe go from challenges that we face with the clients. I mean, the path towards a data-driven company is not as simple. It's not short. It takes time. I mean, every one of us have our daily jobs, daily routines, and changing someone's culture. I mean, it's something that is not very nice, especially because, of course, people are different. You cannot only have the people that are only listening to somebody. They want to see how will it impact my job. Where will I find myself in that let's say transformation, and. We first of all we are trying to find some small stuff, some small things that some cases that companies usually face on a daily basis. Sometimes that case is in reporting, sometimes it's in some processes, sometimes it's in some solutions, you know, that they are usually they are aware and they are okay with the data that they work with every day with it. But if there is some data that they depend on from a different, let's say, a different part of the company or outside of the company, they don't feel so comfortable with that. So automating this that process and that part is very important. I'm not talking now about you know, data fabric and all these fancy things. I'm talking about the concept of a modern data orchestration. So sometimes a data mart, which could be a very small solution, but putting it on some big data concept or architecture, infrastructure, could be a very good step toward in this journey. For example, with one client, we had a specific case. They had a problem with the reporting. I mean, not a problem. They had like more than 15 reports, and 3 to 4 people are working every day on these reports. Some reports that they expected to have, you know, on a monthly basis. Sometimes they didn't have them on a quarterly ones. One time they had a huge mistake in the reports, in a management report. Because at one sector they had an increase of, I think, 12.5 or 14.5%. When the CEO presented these reports in a regional conference, after a month, when the new report came up, they realized that it was, I think, 1.5 or 2.5. So the problem was with the country settings on one the computer of analysts. So they confused dot with a comma. So this is something which is funny. I mean, but for us, not for them. It was a hell. It was hell, really. So it's sorry. Okay, that's a different. I will leave that to you to imagine what happened. The thing is that the good thing is that when we spoke with them, they want to say no. I want everything to get in order, security, compliance, everything. And then we said, okay, but let's try to find some solution which will create impact tomorrow. You know, in a month, in 2 months, 3 months. So that's how we came up with a smaller solution that will orchestrate a specific percentages of the data that they need from a different systems. It's a different system, different vendors. They have more, I think, 3 or 4 vendors. And we automated that process. And I'm not talking about some, let's say, fancy new innovative solutions like BIs or advanced analytics. I'm talking about Excel. But Excel that is empowered with the real data, with the high quality data, with realistic data. So sometimes that's why I'm talking. We see a big how to say, big results in a small steps. So I would say I would conclude that from my part. Yeah.
Thank you. What kind of an maybe a conclusion slowly is emerging in my head, at least, is that AI tools could be also used as a bit of a gluing factor to kind of combine with already existing automated processes, client engagement, existing data strategies, but then in a kind of creative way to add the generative element in creating a new script, new message, new design for a flyer, new campaign. Ivan, but this assumes that the organization knows what they do. I mentioned process mining. What are some of the tools you use today for more advanced banks, for them even to realize what is it that their employees are doing? Because isn't that a kind of a challenge? How do you then go even further if you don't even know if people are following what the company thinks they do?
they usually don't. Yeah, people usually don't do what the company thinks they're doing. So I just realized now that actually mission of my company is to kill Excel. Yeah? Because everything that is done is Excel, we can automate. So then I was like thinking, so our project, so everything that was done in Excel was shut down. I thought you were asking me of my ideal client should be who should be smart and sexy. Yes, but about this is that I think that the client who is looking in long-term, like sustainable and long-term improvements, and one of the clients that we started working on process mining, the actual approach was that they want to see some benefits in 3 years. So and they actually know what they want to see, and they have a clear strategy where they want to be in those 3 years, and then what they're going to do after it. And the client who actually understand the concept of value, where we are making value, and how we can do this. What tools are we using? We are using the most advanced tools, of course, our process mining tools, and some of the AI tools that are built inside the process automation, but still we use the knowledge of people and the experience to understand what is going on, especially in manufacturing, and especially when there is no capability of doing this because of IT, data, and everything else that is happening inside the companies. And I've concluded, we had one example that the companies usually, that was one bank again, but I can talk about others. In one of the regional countries, it was not Serbia, and when we tried to work with them, they said to us, yeah, but we have this. We have 4 people inside who is doing process automation. We have automated 50 processes. We are this, we are that. But somehow we managed to try to get there and to see what is actually going on. And so, yes, they had 50 processes that they automated, but the combined benefit of savings for 0.5 yearly. And they have 4 people who is saving 0.5 something. So it totally doesn't make any sense, because they were automating things that they don't even need, and they didn't have a clear strategy of where they want to go. So then we sit with the CEO, with the board, we explain everything, and we actually, after the mining and after the realizing the potential, we calculated that we can save in 2 years more than 2.5 million, and like reorganize everything, and they said yes, and we want to do this. So they like reshifted the mind. One also good example was that back in 2018 we started working with Bell Medic and trying to understand how we can smoother get the appointment of the doctor, so the booking process. We started it, but so we did like the clear understanding of the process, mapping every little detail. After this, we built a software that was using AI for booking of the doctors, that was working smoothly, and then Acibadem came and killed the software. So that's also something that can happen. But yeah, we had some, when the people understand and know and have the vision, we can work together.
They will reborn it.
They will reborn it, yes.
Would anybody like to jump in with a comment, with maybe disagreement, with some interesting case? Rainer, would you like, jel imamo još jedan mikrofon možda, nemamo, za publiku? Molim, čuje se?
Okay, no, I mean, okay, yes, we work a lot, especially with all this enterprise sector, and they're in hell in data. I mean, we will not speak about if they have it good or not. They're in hell with data. I mean, we know because we've done some data cleansing, data enrichment after that, and so on. I mean, we have also some services for them which are not only data engineering ones, but also as a SaaS provider for them. the problem is how to say, the compliance. So and how will you create a uniqueness regarding the how to say, a major source, the single source of truth? So it's a huge problem. I mean, when we are talking, I mean, banks are usually very common with the phrase customer 360. Customer 360 is not solution. I mean, that's not solution. I mean, this is just all the data that you can gather, that you can collect, that you can monitor regarding all your clients. Present, future, doesn't matter what. How will you present this data to the users? I mean, users as a client of the bank or as a clerk or whatever. This is a UX, so this is UI, so this is all the things. But the process of how to get to that, I mean, as Ivan said, it needs to be written, it needs to be defined, and then all the things with the data get as a results. I mean, now 10 years ago, 15 years ago, maybe the best approach was a data warehouse. I mean, then 5 years ago, it was a data lake. Why? Because of the diverse of the data sources, whatever. I mean, 15 years ago, you had a new data source every year, maybe every 2 years, 3 years. Nowadays, I mean, it's a monthly basis. I mean, you have always a new data sources. Some you need from, some you get from the API, some you get from I don't know what, batch processing. Sometimes you need a real-time data. I mean, real-time insight. It's very tricky, first of all, and then what will I do if I get the data? I mean, right now I can say, okay, I cannot do it better because I don't have the data. What will happen to me if I get the data? So, as you said, CIO is somebody who is in these big organizations. He's not a showstopper, but he's more like, I'm more comfortable with my headquarters. You know, they will tell me, and there are vendor solutions that we will implement. You know, all the vendors right now. All big vendors are going now towards the modern data orchestration. So all of them, I mean, IBM, Microsoft have now a data fabric. IBM has Cloud Pak for data. Now it's Watson X data and so on. So everybody are going on that way. But as the company or as the business processes are more complex, they are struggling with the shorter results. I would say like that.
Milan, you want to make a comment?
Follow up on precisely what Marco said and what you also mentioned, and this is also our experience, and that comes back to you, Boris, and you can also follow up on that. I think it is really crucial that you have a product owner of this process, which is not IT. Because if this is within IT, we are doomed. So I mean, to be honest, this is what is our experience, and precisely for what you said, because this is cross-functional, and this cannot be part of IT because they don't see the business perspective, and this must come from business. Ideally, this should come from the board, right? But board is overwhelmed with many things, but this needs to come from business, and if this comes from the business, then you have a chance to get a value out of the project. Otherwise, it is going to be doomed.
Sure.
If Forest is in IT, then run away from Forest.
No, but it's. I would just argue that because we talk about it, it's not IT. It's the problem is that the people in IT, in most of the companies usually they do everything. They cannot do it, and then when they have something new, then they are like, oh no, like because they are doing infrastructure, they are doing software, they are doing like system admin stuff. They are all IT, so it's like a lot of things different. So we need to have processes in order to understand who is doing what and then move forward to have the ownership of the topic.
Do we have some more questions or input? Please. Speak up a bit.
I'm interested to understand how you see the industry vendors landscape in AI. Because most of the discussions, even you today, you are having more horizontal approach, like there is the enterprise and some industry and the data problems and all other aspects until we come to some automation. When we will have discussions, and you mentioned many times banking as example, but then we will have discussions in that segment of industry about terminals of the world,
I think that's a very important topic. Actually, that was one of my next topics, like the legacy solutions and the new solutions and the new vendors, especially now that OpenAI kind of took the lead also with Microsoft. I understand, Milan, you have your solutions, you have some solutions. So I think we do see smaller companies trying to kind of, grab the ball and run with it. I also have an interesting example from the Russian environment. Because of sanctions, all the big players had to leave the market. Can you imagine SAS, which has been there for 30 years, and all the banks use SAS, all the risk managers for modeling, all of a sudden SAS is gone. It literally took, because Russians are quite smart in terms of programming, quite agile, it took, I think, the market 1 year to come back, because there were like 100 small companies who, as soon as SAS was gone, they just kind of said, develop something. So from my experience from that market, and I was looking at it from afar, it's exactly the right moment for challengers, smaller vendors to come in. For me, the bigger challenge is the data, because as we said, the models are trained on large sets of data, and if you are an organization which wants to keep your own data, you're not going to send it over there. So you need to take a copy of a pre-trained model, which is like an intelligence of a teenager. Sorry to not patronizing. Take it like a Mistral or one of those. Take them into your organization, train them on your set of data, and then it's your own. But then, because this model over there is trained further, you need to then take it again 6 months later, retrain it. So it's this kind of going back and forth. So for me, it's not only the solution, it's also data management, it's the algorithms as well. Because we are slowly closing, I will just ask if you'd like to comment on agreement or disagreement vis-a-vis the software.
Just one quick thing. I think this is really the kind of disturbance that we want to see, right? This is how we saw with banks and fintechs entering the market after the GFC. And I think this is the opportunity, as you already mentioned, for the small players to essentially attack those niches where you have, and also we saw what SAP is doing, right? SAP is implementing many different things and trying to stay in shape with this. So I think this will also be a push for the big vendors to maintain and improve their position. But I think there is an opportunity for the small ones.
In closing, I just want to say something we said on the last Adria summit. I remember this really well. I think somebody from Microsoft was saying the hundreds of millions that Microsoft now is investing in OpenAI. And I was saying, why so much money? They have the offices, they have the people. No, it's the data. They're investing in data. And by the way, a new study shows that there's not enough data in the world. So now people are creating models which are creating artificial data based on which so I think we're just going into a complete parallel reality. But I think the bigger challenge for me is not circling back to the discussion about VCs and funding startups. I think it's going to be more and more difficult for VCs to fund the startups in this field, because it's going to be so heavy in terms of investment. You cannot have a investment strategy without thinking of the acquisition of data. So it's not only going to be about a couple of programmers, you probably don't even need programmers because AI can program. But I think a bar will be raised in terms of who can actually invest. So I think there's a consolidation which is unfortunately going to kick out a lot of smaller challengers. But on the other side, we have open source, we have cloud, we have Azure, each one of us probably in our field have a little software solution that we are, again, it's a question of scale. Jacqueline is not killing me, so I think we are done. We are...
Slobodno možete da produžite.
We have a couple more minutes?
Yes.
Okay, because I think the counter is saying 0, so you tell us. Do we have time for one more question or participation? Did you want to say something, Marco?
Yeah, let me...
Sorry.
Just maybe some topics for the next Adria Summit. When we talked about the previous one, softwares and solutions that are diversing between the AI generating and the real data. So this is something. I mean, I think I read at the end of 23 that the Chinese are investing a lot in the technology that will see and that will let's say define the difference that some data, is it generated by AI or is it how to say native data. So this is something, I mean, for sure, which are, I don't know if anybody has some more
I'm
knowledge
sure
about
AI
this.
will be able to hide itself somewhere and to trick us into believing it's original data, because the estimates our intelligence is going to be hundreds times more than we are. So it's going to be like a little baby trying to kind of fool me into kind of doing something. So, but that's for another topic, because I think we're going there.
Does anybody have anything to maybe to share? Some.
Hoćemo u 16.
As a consultant, kind of working on the board level, we are helping companies define the AI strategy. So they are actually coming and asking us, so what do you think we should do? So we are the first. I had a panic that I had to be the first one to have the answer, because if I don't, then I'm out of business. No, I didn't. The only moment when I use ChatGPT is to tell me what not to say, because I need to be different.
Yeah, I think it is really, we still, and this, we didn't touch upon the question of explainability, that is another thing, big topic with AI, and I think, but this is kind of towards what you're asking. So I'll be happy if I want to ask, let's say, Mistral or ChatGPT, it doesn't matter, who are my competitors? I'm gonna get the answer, right? And I can follow that answer in my everyday business. But imagine if I want to ask AI, tell me what would be my optimal price strategy for this category within this channel for the next quarter. I'm going to get an answer, right? But I'm going to blatantly follow that answer, or I need someone who is human who's going to give me the answer, who's going to work with me on that. So I think there is these boundaries where we can use AI for improve our processes, but where we still use hopefully consultants and other guys to help us understand how credible and how available it is, what the output that we are getting from AI models.
I will say that first of all, we see ourselves as a solution company, like mostly, okay, but it's like a little bit different. I think that AI is now extremely helping us. We are faster, and we can do some things extremely fast, but especially for the experienced ones in the company. For the juniors, they don't know how to do, but they get some answer and they don't know what to do with it, okay? I think the main point is why we are not going to be changed like in near future, because clients doesn't know what they want, okay? They think they don't want something, but actually they are not quite sure how we can help them, and they cannot go to any kind of AI tool and who will tell them what they want. Yeah, so we have this first topic when helping them understanding what they really want and value is the value and how they can make more money, how can they scale, and then AI can help us in, like, for us to be faster and delivering faster results. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Ivan. Time's up. Thank you very much for participating. Hope you found this topic interesting. We are here to continue this conversation and yeah, enjoy Adria Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Ne, to ćemo da nastavimo. Okay. Thank you. Now let's see what is going on here in the Adriatic region. Our next presentation will be Adriatic region, an emerging biotechnology European hub, and our speaker will be Borut Čeh, CEO of Labena. Hoćete mikrofon ili ćete ovo? Bolje ovo. Bolje, ajde. Može ovo? Ovo. da mu se namesti. Sedite. Može da sedne? Jesam. Nema veze. Već ima pitanja, to je uvek zanimljivije nego...
What you prefer? Like, if you like more to stand, you can stand.
Sit.
It's just that with these tables,
A može...
Dobar. Pa jel moram tebe da slušam?
Moraš.
Šta ćeš pričati?
Ma neke budalaštine.
A to znam.
Šta pričekamo, šta ćemo? Sad, pa to pola stoji, pola sedi, šta je ovo?
Dok ne počnete.
Ajmo, oni koji hoće da slušaju sedite, oni koji hoćete da idete izlazište. Ajde, levo ili desno? Ne može na pola. Čekaj da si ja tajmer upalim. Treba mi pointer. Hvala, kako ide? Napred, nazad, no? Napred, nazad. Okay, so I'm not going to speak directly in IT and IA, but I will connect it to the biotech later on. What I'll guide you through the presentation is actually to understand what biotech is. It's the next to IA, a very exciting market with impressive growth, as we will see later. And then I'll focus to the region in some of the countries, what from the biotech companies and from solutions we have in the region. But just before that, a little bit about us. We are a middle-sized biotech company doing research for big pharma, for companies like Pfizer, Novartis, Johnson & Johnson, all over the world, helping them to develop biological drugs. These are some pictures from our labs. We are also audited yearly by European Medical Agency. We are GMP certified company and FDA listed company as well. That picture is from Vietnam in March 24, so this year. You don't know the guy. His name is Serge Saxonov, and he's the CEO of and founder of 10x Genomics. 10x Genomics, 1 year ago, it's an American company that got established in 2012, and by 2015, they got an investment from 1.2 billion American dollars, and it's worth between 12 and 20 billion American dollars. Why? Just a year ago they've came out with a machine, we'll see later, implemented with AI, which will change how the diagnostics in hospitals and how the clinical research works. I'll come to that later. And I like the slide because really, the 21st century, it is an AI century, but it's also a century of biology. So biotechnology, so just a definition. Biotechnology is an interdisciplinary science with fields of biology, chemistry, and technology. It uses live organisms, specs, or parts of them for industrial purposes in agriculture, medicine, veterinary, and environmental protection. So the focus of biology is, again, agriculture, medicine, veterinary medicine, and environmental medicine. Pharmacy goes under medicine. This is the estimated growth of biotechnology. Currently 1.38 trillion. By 2030 should be 4.25 trillion. So CAGR of 11% per year about. This is divided by the continents or markets. So North America being the biggest, 37%. Europe about 28%, following by Asia Pacific 23%, and Latin America 9%. And this is how biotechnology, just to understand, is divided. So in 5 sectors, basically biopharmacy, bioindustries, bioagriculture, and bioservices, and bioinformatics. Bioinformatics is the smallest but the fastest growing field in biotechnology. What is bioinformatics? Bioinformatics, biotechnology is tricky. It usually has to do with DNA, not only our DNA, but whatever we do with cells, we have to check for DNA material and stuff. And DNA and sequencing usually produces a big chunk of data, up to, I don't know, I think a genome is about 30 terabytes. And the problem is this data is raw, so you need to organize this data in a way that the doctors can understand it, use it, and work with it. So bioinformatics, it's basically, these are people who, from two sides, either they are biology, people who know how to program, or they are programmers who understand biology. And it's a really emerging market, and there is a big, big lack of them all over the world. So, as I said, this segment is growing the fastest inside the biotechnology. Biopharma, I'd like to just demystify what's biopharma and what's chemical pharma. So biopharma, these are the first 10. By 2022, I didn't receive yet 23 revenue. It's worth staggering 607 billion in the world. On the other hand, the chemical pharma, these are the first 10 in the world. Interesting is also that the only one in the region that is owned actually is Slovenian Krka. It's 14th in the world. It's still in Slovenian hands. It's 1.8 billion. And altogether, chemical pharma is 42 billion. So roughly 10 to 15 times less. I'll explain later why also. So let's look at our region. It's Adriatic Summit. So I focused a little bit on the region, what we have here. So the data that was available. So these are the 10 top pharmaceutical companies, also with small ones in Slovenia. Sorry, it's in Slovenia. So the company, the second is revenue in, so 1.6 means 1.6 billion. Then a profit, a number of employees, and average brutto one payment in the companies. Altogether, adding up to 3.758 billion euros in Slovenia, adding up to 6.2 GDP in Slovenia. Investments, we will see later, will lead that Slovenia by 2020, the pharma in Slovenia will double actually, and leading up to 9.2% of GDP. I found also the data for Croatia. It's about 1.1 billion, but Croatia has a lot of tourism, as we see. So it's only 1.2 billion. I didn't find the data where they will be by 29, but anyway. I also looked in Slovenia the added value per employee. I'll tell you also a bit later why. So these are the top 7 companies with added value on the employee. Are you familiar with the added value on the employee, what this means? So it's basically from the profit, from the revenue of the company, you deduct all the costs except the cost of work, and you divide it by the number of employees. The average number, I mean the average sum of added value per employee in Slovenia is 55. So the pharma that employs majority of people has almost the double of that. So this is also why it's sane for countries to invest in biotech. So what do we have in the region? We have 3 biotechnology pharma companies, all of them in top, basically 2 in top 10, Novartis and Pfizer, and Sandoz. Novartis and Sandoz are in Slovenia, Pfizer is present in Croatia. And we have a lot of chemical pharma, so Krka, Pliva, Teva, Hemopharm, Stadal, Koleid, I just, quoted a few of them, and Bosnelec, which are the biggest. And I also looked at the investments in the region by 23 in the 3 main countries. The biggest countries are Slovenia, economy, the biggest countries, Slovenia, Croatia, and Serbia. And these are the estimates by 23 how much investments will Slovenia have in pharma from industry directly and from public sector. So basically infrastructure for universities, institutes, and so on. This is Croatia, and this is Serbia, which amounts together to staggering 3.2 to 3.8 billion in the next 5 years, plus public 1.4 to 2.9 billion. It's a lot for our region, and it's something that we should focus on as well. So how does, in order to know, to understand why pharma, so pharma industry, why did I focus to pharma and not biotech? Because majority of biotech companies in our region are small, so the majority of biotech presents actually pharma. And to understand why this is important, I've also narrowed down how pharma spends the revenue money yearly. So about 10 to 20%, depending on pharma, goes to profit. Material and goods is 35%, so what they buy to produce what they sell. Staff is 15 to 25%. Logistics, 3 to 4%. There was a lot to talk about logistics. So Slovenia has a 3.7 billion pharma revenue. 3% makes it what? 100 million on logistics. By 2029, it will have 7 billion. 3% makes it 200 million. So increase of 50% in logistics. Something to focus on. R&D 10 to 15%, and investments 5 to 10%. So it's something that, do you have a pointer here? I do, I guess. No, I don't. So it's something that also the companies here should be focusing on. So again, where is the focus? I've listed for you the very small molecule, which is aspirin. You all know aspirin, molecadol. Then insulin is a bit bigger molecule, erythropoietin and monoclonal antibody. This is, so the first one is chemical pharma, basically. The second one is a sort of, it's in between, but the last two are basically what the biopharma uses. And these are so complex that up to, before AI, we couldn't basically speed up the clinical studies. We couldn't understand exactly how the antibodies work in the body, what they do, because it's too many parameters. A good example was given to me by Simon this morning. We were talking in the breakfast. He said, you know, the chemical. He's a chemist. The chemical, basically the chemical compound, pharmaceutical compound, is like a bowl, but the biological is like the whole floor. So that was a limitation for many years. That's why the clinical studies took 6 to 8 years for biological drugs. They cost a lot of money. That's why biological drugs are very expensive. I do not think that with AI they will get cheaper, by the way, but okay. It will be just so. This is somewhere where AI can be used basically to enhance the R&D and the whole process. And there's another thing. You remember the guy from the beginning, Mr. Saxono, who said that there is a century of technology. That's a piece of machine that came out last year, and it will change how diagnostics will be done for you in hospitals in the next 15 years. That's the first machine in the world, and we are lucky to have it in our lab also, and we are the first one in Europe, collaborating with many institutes like Cambridge, Oxford, and so on. So it's a machine that uses AI, and basically when you have a tumor, you put the tumor tissue in. For now, they are working also on the live suspension cells in 2 years, so you will basically can put it to blood and stuff. And it is so precise, then you can see mutations on the cell level. It's amazing. So you see up to 5,000 mutations on each cell. Why is this important? Up to now, the technology was not available for this. And what the pharma did with clinical studies is they put an antibody in. The antibody did something. That's why you needed a large clinical study to assess. 2 are dead, to have a headache, to have sickness and so on. So it's side effects. And then you had a black curtain. You didn't know what's happening. And then you had expression on proteins. So you were looking at protein, but the missing part was not available. It's available since March last year. And it shows you, so it's also AI-driven, it shows you, these are the cells. And these are the membranes of the cells, and the dots are different mutations. And this machine does it for you without using a bioinformatician alone. This is the real-time picture from the machine. You can also zoom in. Why is this important? You will now understand. I will give a clinical practice. So you have a tumor. Somebody has a cancer. You can scan the tumor. You can understand which cell got sick first. Which cell, which is the fundamental organism in the body, got infected from the first sick cell, and even further, with which cells in the body the 6 cells communicate and where the metastasis will occur, which is revolutionary. This technology will also change a lot in neuroscience and neurology. Okay. So I've focused a little bit on a project in Slovenia. How much time do I have? Oh, it's here, 6 minutes, just about time. So I focused on a project that we are doing in Slovenia due to large investments into pharma, which I stated before. It's about estimated 3.2 billion from industry, another 1.5 billion, so altogether close to 5 billion euros until 23. We started an initiative to basically put all the biotech players together. But what we did first, we checked a little bit how Slovenia is seen on the biotech field from outside. These are some of the articles. So Slovenia is even ranked 10th on leading on the R&D expenditure in EU base. It's over 1 billion euros will be invested. That's officially, it's a bit old, but it will be even more. The main two pharmaceutical companies, Krka and rank 5 and Lek rank 7 in the most profitable companies. Further on, the 5 largest drug manufacturer nations in Europe. That's a really important one. Switzerland has 3 main players. Sandoz is the biggest generic in biopharma. Novartis, 5th in the world. Roche, I think 4th in the world. I'm not sure. So Switzerland decided that they will move a huge deal of operations to Slovenia for production and R&D in the next 5 years. We have a big facility investing from Novartis, investing 1.2 billion in Slovenia in the next few years. And also Roche is thinking of establishing a R&D center and manufacturing in Slovenia. It's either Poland or Slovenia. We'll see how this turns out. And pharmaceutical account for 28% of exports and 15% of imports in Slovenia. So this all gave us a big leverage to start Slovenia Biotech Hills initiative. This is just some of the media coverage from the big players that's publicly available from the investments and so on. So far, I think this year there will be about 1.03 billion investments. In the next 2 years, 25-26, another 1 billion. And also, there is a lot of basically investments from small SMEs. So there is a big, let's say, also from the IT companies, a big community growing around the pharma investments. So what we did is we got on the round table all CEOs of Sandoz, Sartorius, Lek, Porton. Porton is the biggest investment in Eastern Europe, Chinese investment with 300 million in Slovenia. They're making the biggest API manufacturing site in Mingesh, and it's one of the it's the biggest in Eastern Europe. So we got all the CEOs here on one, to one table. We all the CEOs from small middle biotech companies from one table. All the institutes, the biggest institutes CEOs from also joining, all accelerators for biotech, all startups, startup community. We got all the main faculties and all the universities joining as well, funds from abroad and in Slovenia, all the company associations that exist in Slovenia, and of course all the relevant ministries with their basically arms who support also. So this is what Slovenia Biotech, what Biotech Hills. So what we are doing and why? So we'd like, the emphasis was on boostering, sorry for the mistake, Slovenia Biotech ecosystem to foster and invest cycles growth. While Slovenia possesses a growing ecosystem, there is a need for further development. This is one goal, and the focus is on supporting countries' progress through increased capital infusion, expanding participation, and consolidating efforts among companies, funds, organizations to imply ecosystems influence, which is key objective of Slovenia Biotech Hills. And I've been thinking, you know, Adria Summit, I think it's a great initiative, how to maybe also present the region on outside to be more seen. These are all small countries here. And I've been thinking in my field, in biotech field, how we should do this. So basically, we have, let's say, 6 players in the region. In Slovenia, so Chemofarm Stada is in Serbia, Novartis and Do Krka in Slovenia, Pfizer and Teva in Croatia, which are multinationals, big multinationals. But these companies have one big problem. We get a lot of time requests from them if we can educate their employees, because they have no time to do that. They are growing fast. And Serbia has a Bio4 center. So it's for me a normal connection, maybe how this should be connected, because none of the other countries is working on such a big infrastructure project. And this is important that a project like this has a content, because in Slovenia we also did some years ago, 10 or 15, there was a technological park established in Ljubljana, but because the content was missing, it actually turned out into a renting agency for offices. Because the content, but here, if we combine, basically, maybe this can be also a good story. So I would close my presentation with that. On time, 20 seconds left. Thank you. And that's it.
Hvala.
Questions?
Questions? No questions. Okay, our next presentation will be validation economy, and our speaker will be Ibro Yaldaram from London, director at Expact Education Solution Limited. Ovo. Okay. Come on. Ne. Ovo. Što? Ajmo zajedno.
Ima nešto uopšte u stavu da mu pita.
Is it on? Yes. Okay, thank you so much first for this amazing opportunity. I have to say I'm impressed by the organizers to bring all of us here in this really beautiful place. And on top of that, I had a chance to talk to a few of you earlier today, and what occurs to me that people here want to anticipate the future. You know what I mean? Like not to wait until it's too long and just to react to it. And to me that translates as you are growth-oriented and action seekers, which is my kind of people, and that gives me immense privilege to talk in front of you today for the topic that I have, which is how to validate ideas in the right way. I'm very passionate about it, and what I really hope that it will bring you as value, it's actually for two reasons. One is that you, with the system that I'm about to present to you, you will learn how to turn ideas into reality in matter of hours. And two, you will finally find a way how to take control over the two, for me, strongest forces in business, which are supply and demand. I know that these are big claims, but I'm here to deliver you some actionable steps that you can take and experience everything that I will be talking about today. So just to check a few boxes up front, when it comes down to validating ideas, I know that most of you, if not all of you, have already heard about things like product market fit or product or minimum viable product or market research, A/B testing, and all these are very useful, let's call them methods, but what I think that they lack of is giving you enough information, giving you enough leverage to connect the customer needs with your product, to enable you to sell the idea upfront so you can build a large customer base, big enough at least to lift off the ground your business. And my system does all of that, which is why I came up with it. But of course there is a deeper reason why I came up with it, and that it has to do with my lifelong desire or passion to start things, to start businesses, to see my ideas come to life, coupled of course with my continuous failure to do so. See, by the age of 35, I had so many ideas, so many businesses that I wanted to start, so many attempts in which I failed, but who counts? Had a few successes, moderate ones, they didn't last for too long, but then something clicked. And about 5 years ago, I started a company for recruiting students in the UK. And in these last 5 years, I would learn all the lessons that I needed prior to my success. And if you allow me now, I want to share with you the two most important insights that I gained from my journey that they actually led to the creation of this system I'm about to present to you. The first insight has to do with, you see, when we are validating ideas, we tend to assume way too much. And these false assumptions, they can evolve so quickly and so deeply that we start adding layer upon layer upon layer, and then we involve many others that we don't even have control over, as all it happens in our mind, that virtually makes it impossible for our assumptions to be correct. But what do? Oh, we love our assumptions. We believe in them, and we feel really certain as deeper we go in these false assumptions. And unfortunately, more often than not, instead of taking some actions, we actually end up being disappointed by our own conclusions, and we give up. I don't know if you have done it, but I've done it many times. So in a way, we have to find a way to get rid of these false assumptions. I dare to say that, especially for first-time entrepreneurs, I don't know if there are many here, but I dare to say that for first-time entrepreneurs, the biggest killer of your business dreams are these false assumptions. So you have to get rid of them. Once we get to that point, we can discuss my second insight, which it has to do with these forces I'm talking about, supply and demand. And it's about them being either vicious dictators in your business, or you can turn them into masterful servants. And one or the other simply depends on understanding the relationship between client, product, and company. You see, this triangular relationship has shifted throughout the history, and as we know from the past, early on, companies were dictating the game. You know, there were a few of them, they were big, they could afford it. Later, with more companies appearing, producing more products, competition has arisen, so the power shifted towards the product. Nowadays, and in the foreseeable future, the client is the king. You see, with these hyper-choice and hyper-production caused by the other two sides of the triangle, the client has rightfully sat on the throne as a king. And as such, the client now demands more, wants more, expects way more than before. And the client wants it perfect. Now, personalized, specific, with more attention. And all these, it may sound like a threat to some, but all I'm doing here today is to show you that this is the greatest opportunity. Because finally you can serve your clients in a very unique way, and even for individuals with just an ideas, they can become small brands very quickly. And this has never been like this before. So if the client is the king and we understand this relationship, then we need to make sure that we have really a lot of information about this client. We need to make sure that we have some leverage that connects our product or service with the needs of the client. We need to make sure that we can personalize it so that the choice that is such a huge one now for the client can be steered somehow towards our product and services. And my system does all that for you. And I would like to show you now how it works. I call it the IPO system, which stands for Insightful Personalized Offering. Of course, there is a more popular meaning for IPO, which is Initial Public Offering, but that has to do more with successful businesses towards the exit, where my system is designed to help you on the entry, and in a way that you can lift off the ground the business and make sure that you can get to successful exit. So let's dive into the details of this system. As you can understand, it has three main ingredients: insight, offer, and personalization, or insight, personalization, and offer. The insight has to do something with the outcome of your product. And the purpose of this insight that we're going to use is to connect your product with the customer's needs. You see, in most of the cases, I believe that actually the idea that you came on the first place, the reason why you came up with the idea in the first place, are those insights that we take for granted. Which means that in order to just figure it out, you need just to take a step back and remember what was that information that got me excited about this idea, that was the impetus for me to really think and start this business or project or venture, whatever it's in your mind. But typically those insights and these personalized information sometimes are something that can connect with the client's needs. But of course this connection, in a way this becomes the bridge, unique bridge for connection between the client and your product or service. But as we understand, connection is not enough, so we need the second ingredient, which is the personalization. What do we personalize? We personalize the insight. You see, if this insight is so valuable for us, we want to make sure that it's valuable for the potential client too. But if we don't enable the client to see it through its own lenses, it's going to be a very hard job. So with this personalization of the insight then, what we're going to do is we're going to help the client to connect with this insight, but also we're going to gather a lot of information about the client, and we will create leverage to create authority on us. We'll create leverage which will help us to steer the choice towards us, and we will put that impetus to want the client, to make the client to want to work with us and to choose our product even before we are ready. Now, we connected with the client, we created the leverage. It will all mean nothing if we don't add the third ingredient, which is the offering. But here, ladies and gents, I really want you to understand that when I say offering, I don't mean to offer the product. As you remember, the product is no longer the king. We moved to a place where the client is the king. So we're not offering a product, but what we are offering is just a way for the client to signal that he wants to become a client. And if there is a core message that I would love for you to remember today from my talk, is that we're no longer in need to validate products or services first, but we need to validate clients first. We no longer need to validate products or service first, but we need to validate clients first. And if we're going to, actually let me take a step back. If you think about it, even just as a thought pattern, back in the day, probably people thought when it comes down to their ideas to start a business, they probably thought for an idea just as a business, which of course came alongside with a product, and later they will think how to source clients. At some moment that probably shifted towards thinking first for a product for which they will start a business, and again in the end to source clients. But nowadays, what we need to start with is actually the clients. We need to think first how we can source clients first, for which we will adapt everything else afterwards. And my system actually is designed to help you do that. But to gain a little better perspective of this system, I want to give you a couple of hypothetical examples how this could work actually in real life. One of the examples that makes it easier for me to explain is, let's say you are, and might not actually be very related to this audience here, but it will serve the purpose of me giving you an example that is more valuable for this insight. For this system. So let's say that you are a personal trainer who wants to sell programs for people that they want to lose weight, look healthier, fitter, and feel better about themselves. And let's imagine that inside this personal trainer has, and here please don't judge me, I'm not a personal trainer, I have no clue whether this information that I will give you is true or not. But just for the sake of the example, let's say that the personal trainer has as an insight that losing weight, it has to do way more with, for example, food composition rather than diet related to calorie restriction. And what this personal trainer will have to do then to get this insight formed in a nice way, go out there, and by that of course I mean social media, create a post and share this information, this insight with the potential clients. We understand that insight is not enough, so we need to add the second ingredient to personalize this insight somehow. And the way that this personal trainer can do this is by asking questions to which he will be able to give specific personalized answers. Nowadays we can use online tools that they create these questionnaires that have dynamic answers, which will fit the purpose for the personal trainer to ask the questions that will help him determine the specific needs of the client. And in this case, I would imagine that will be probably something around the type of the body or age, etc. And once the personal trainer figures out what is the type of, or it puts in a few buckets all these type of bodies, let's say, then he will be able to give personalized information about the insight that he has, how it can work for that specific client. Once this is done, all we need for the personal trainer is to enable his or her client to signal interest that he or she would like to in the future buy this product or this program or use it. So all we need to do is on these personalized answers that we send back to add a simple link which enables the client to signal this interest. And the signaling of the interest can be in the form of asking to join a waiting list for a program that will be launched in a few weeks, for example, or it could be to contribute with a small deposit towards a program that again could launch in a few weeks, or simply just to signal interest, or anything that can come to your mind that will fit the purpose. And by doing this, this personal trainer will be able to control the supply and demand by knowing all the information that he needs for his client, but also knowing what exactly he or she has to deliver, how many, and to have an idea what will be the client base that is big enough for him to lift off this business from the ground. I do have actually a few more examples that I wanted to give, but I'm going closer with the time. So instead of that, what I will do is to hopefully you liked what I said, but what is important for me in a way to practice what I preach, if I've managed to connect with you through my insights, I would like to stay in touch with you. And maybe, who knows, with some of you in the future, to help you validate your ideas and turn them into reality. And to do that, all you need is just to either scan the QR code to stay in touch with me, or you can visit www.stayintouchwithme.net. That's the name of the landing page, www.stayintouchwithme.net, and hopefully I'll look forward to see you in the future. My final words, and to wrap up this talk, I want to say that if you do have any idea, if you want to start something, it could be a business, it could be a project, it could be a new product in your company, anything, I urge you to act on it, and act quickly. Instead of leaving these false assumptions to kill your idea. Don't die wondering. It may work, it may not. You may use my system, you may use another one, it doesn't matter. But just act on it. And if it works, you'll be happy. But even if it doesn't work, you will still be happier than just waiting and doubting. So please, act on these ideas and get this bravery out of you, and I promise you that with each idea that you act on, you will get better and better and happier. My very final words coming from the great Canadian hockey player, Wayne Gretzky, who says you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. It's been an absolute pleasure. I thank you so much for this amazing opportunity, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see how...
I think that I will need your help.
Mm-hmm. First, this. Welcome to our last presentation for today. The topic is brands of the future, our hybrid organization, and our speakers in Jan Stedel, Head of Growth of Mindsmiths. Jan. Okay, thank you.
But does it matter? Who are we anyway? So thank you very much, guys, for staying. This has been a long day, obviously, for all of you, and we just came recently, so thank you for this photo of mine, which I find dreadful. Let's see if we can get to the presentation and move through this rather quickly. So my topic is actually, and what I want to talk about is how brands communicate with their users and what kind of relationships you can build as a brand. Something that I've been doing for quite a long time, more than 20 years in the media business, and for the past 8 years in AI, trying to use AI within our startup called Mindsmiths, not to do autonomous car driving, not to identify early signs of cancer in X-rays, images, but to be able to automate how brands communicate and develop and manage the relationship that they have with their users, their customers, and everybody else. When we talk to our customers, and also when we try to explain our idea and how we see the world, this is something where we always say, this is what everybody talks about. Every 20, 30 years, you get some sort of high technological innovation that changes everything, and then it's like the logical fallacy of everybody to try to focus so much on what is it? What is the internet? Who owns the internet? How does the internet work? What is mobile actually? How do mobile phones now all of a sudden not only support phone calls, SMSs, but they can also browse the internet, and you have apps, and so on, so on. And you can get the picture, because from 2016, 2017, artificial intelligence started becoming a mainstream thing. It went from the hands of scientists and engineers and became a household thing within the apps that we use. What we usually say is rather focus on the user expectations, the changing of customer expectations. Look at yourself. Look how you are changing with the technology that's coming up.
in the early 90s or the 2000s, you would prefer to be a client of a bank that could provide you with an internet site, with a website that you don't have to go to the bank and wait for 20, 30 minutes just to find out what the balance of your bank account is. You would also prefer a bank that had an app, that had an m-banking app that you could also do payments and stuff like that. And then around 2020, you have this paradox of choice. Your smartphones became a graveyard for applications. If a brand comes to you and says, you know what, you should download our app, it's really great, you find it dreadful, you know you're not going to do it, and even if you do it, you're never going to use it. You're never going to use it because the time of your adoration of apps is over. You don't want to learn to use another tool. You don't have the time for it. And you want your brand to support you, to know you, to understand who you are and how to customize its offerings in terms of products and services tailored exactly to you. You want the peace of mind business. And in order to provide the peace of mind business, you can look back at things that we as society have done. And we have developed these recipes very well when it comes to serving the ultra-high net worth individuals. If you're a person that's richer than $500 million, trust me, you are in the peace of mind business with every business that you interact with. Your brand is not forcing you to go there, take a number, wait in line. They're not saying, look, this is your account, you do whatever you want with it. They're actually trying to provide you with some support and some guidance. The problem goes, it's not economically feasible to provide this level of love and care for absolutely everybody. If you're a telecom company and you have 2 million, 3 million, or 5 million users, you can't provide a personal concierge to each of your users to help them maximize everything you have to offer. So, AI can change that. The AI tools era was actually an era that lasted for about 4 to 5 years. It's a normal hybrid era in which the already existing tools like apps got infused with AI. It seemed a little bit better, but it wasn't really autonomous at all. One of the good examples I always like to point out is, for example, you had brands here that emerged in the 90s or the 2000s like Netflix that were brands that came from the web first era. And it served them well because as the emergence of internet penetrated every home, their service became better and better. Before, you would just order the DVDs and they would come to your home and then you would send them back in a box. Then all of a sudden, internet came fast enough so you could watch and stream the DVDs, you could watch the movies. With apps, you could also enjoy that on your iPad, on your phone. And then around 2017, 2018, 2020, they started saying, look, our library is so huge and so big, we won't make you look through all the titles that we have. We're going to use artificial intelligence. We're going to track everything that you watched before, and we're going to compare it to millions of other users that are doing it too. So then we will put on your front page all the titles that we think and we predict you are most likely to watch. The problem with that, even today with Netflix, is that 80% of users that turn on Netflix with the idea to watch something haven't found anything 20 minutes later, and they still keep scrolling. They keep scrolling because it's not an AI agent, it's an AI tool. An AI agent in that field is actually TikTok. Because when you open TikTok, it doesn't ask you, would you like to watch something funny? Would you like to watch some crime? Would you like to see what the latest, newest videos are on TikTok? No. Try opening TikTok right now. It will start screaming from your phone the second you start opening it. And it will react to each of your movements. If you move your video a second closer, a second later, it will register that. And the algorithm will track what you want. And then it will offer you a new video, a new video, a new video. In about 35 minutes, you'll be like, oh, this felt like 5 minutes. How did this happen? You watched 100 short videos. And it happened because the difference between AI tools and AI agents is AI tools are still tools. You still need to use them. It's much easier to use them. But AI agents are not tools. They're autonomous little artificially intelligent beings that can do things on their own. And if they're programmed really well, they can do these things to benefit the user that they have. In order for an AI agent to be truly successful and for a brand to utilize these AI agents, they need to display these three characteristics. They need to display the characteristic that they have the expertise. If you have an AI agent, the gentleman before me was taking some examples about a fitness coach. If you have an AI agent that is supposed to take care of your health, you want this AI agent to display the expertise that it has. It needs to show you that it knows you. It needs to show you that it's not just a pre-programmed thing that is telling everything to everybody else. It needs to show you that it's very much aware about your data, your expectations. And the third, probably most interesting and most important thing, it needs to show you that it cares about you. Because in the example of TikTok, TikTok doesn't care about you, TikTok cares about itself. The only algorithm TikTok does is trying to get you hooked so that you spend the most time in the app as possible because there's a business model behind it. When we employ or deploy AI agents in the name of brands, we need to make sure that they are not using that loophole and that they're really displaying some honest care. The Gartner hype cycle for AI actually shows that at this point, generative AI, and that's ChatGPT, is at the peak of inflated expectations, which means that basically everybody got in touch with it and everybody thinks you can solve anything with ChatGPT. So you can ask ChatGPT how to save my marriage, or you can ask ChatGPT how to lose weight. You'll probably get some advice, but I wouldn't advise using it. It is inflated expectations. The reality is ChatGPT is neither smart or it can solve problems. It's a large language model trained on a lot of data. It can predict what it needs to say, but it's not truly autonomous. The thing that you see here at the innovation trigger, I think it's like the second or the third thing from the top, from the bottom, multi-agent systems. That's what we're dealing with here. Mindspace has built a platform that enables fast and secure development of multi-agents. And a multi-agent system basically means for any given task that you have, you'll probably need to deploy lots of different technologies, even lots of different types of AI, as it is depicted here in this picture. Not to develop a very monolith, super complex piece of software, we break it down into multiple tasks and multiple agents, each with its own dedicated mission and goal. So we can have one agent that's only in charge for data mining and looking through CRMs and databases to figure out when was the last time you were at the gym. We will have another AI agent that will have conversational skills and be able to talk in 16 languages, communicate with you and understand your intent, what you want to do. These two agents will communicate between each other to solve some of these tasks. But the number of these agents can be unlimited, and also in terms of every user getting each own dedicated AI agent means that this is truly a multi-agent system. The way we see brands being able to provide this ultra-level high care and love and attendance and support and guidance to its users, to its customers, the way they do for the ultra-high net worth individuals is by turning into hybrid organizations. To do so, first, we usually start from the right side and say, hey, how about your brand offers each of your customers a personalized concierge, somebody that will be with the person every day, every time. Take this conference, for example. My colleague and I were at a different conference 3 weeks ago. It was called DK24 in Rovinj. It had an AI assistant dedicated for every user. So when you came to pick up your badge, they said, hey, scan this QR code and get in contact with your own personal concierge. So you scan the QR code, you get your concierge on WhatsApp saying, hey, I'm your sidekick here. There's a lot of program going on. We have 4 different halls. We have lots of different speakers from all over the world. Let me figure out who you are. Let me know you a little bit better so I can propose to you where you should be at any given moment so you don't have FOMO and you don't have anxiety. So you come in and say, okay, you know, I'm this young guy. I work at a creative agency. Maybe you can find something for me. He tailor-mates all the content for you. Then you can ask, look, I'm a smoker, I'm going to be honest. Where can I buy some cigs? Oh, there's an IKEA stand going there and there. The restaurant works from there and there. The parking is rather difficult. Don't park here, go there. All the service informations are there. And the AI assistant actually tailors its tone of voice and communication to each individual user so that it doesn't talk the same things, it doesn't communicate the same things to everybody else. But as a brand, once you start utilizing these personal concierge, it becomes rather difficult because for the first 2 months, 3 months, everybody's super delighted, and then you figure out you need to produce a lot more content and you have to put a lot more thought into this two-way communication that you have with your users. That's why we then deploy AI agents also in other departments within the company, like analysts in the marketing department or any other like that. So when we take this philosophy and we ask ourselves about any type of business that we know, how it would look like as a brand of the future. And this approach, this multi-AI agent approach, the approach that you can basically provide a level of service that doesn't only include your original product or original service, but it also comes along with some guidance and support, changes the landscape completely. So for example, in this example, car washing, you know, when you had like the web first era, it was great for a car wash to have a website, so you could at least see when it's working, when it's not working, well, you know, how much the stuff costs. Then when the apps came out, you could literally take out an app and you could do the job of the clerk at the car wash yourself. You could put in the app what size of car you have, what kind of a wash you want, when you want it, how you want it. You would spend 10 minutes setting up everything. But in the AI era, what do you actually want? You want your AI agent to tell you, look Jan, you're actually traveling to Umag for this conference and your car is super dirty because you haven't washed it for 3 weeks. You're probably going to be driving other people in the car, so to avoid the embarrassment, it would be really good to wash it. I will now look at all the available car washes in your area, and I found 2 of them. I see you have 2 very long calls of about 2 hours, and if you want, I can contact those car washes and I can set up an appointment for you there, so while you're in the call, the car can be washed. And actually there's a guy in the state, his name is Jason Derulo. He's like a very famous black pop star, and he's a billionaire. He isn't a billionaire because he sold millions of records worldwide. He's a billionaire because he invested in a car wash just like this. He calls it the Spotify of car washing. Another example is the grocery shopping experience. Before you would go to the website, you would be delighted. Oh, now I can see all the products on the website and I can click them and I can maybe order them and they will come home. In the mobile first era, you would also get some apps on that and you would then collect points and all this other stuff. And nowadays, all you want is peace of mind. You just want your fridge to be filled. You don't want to enjoy that. If you want to enjoy it, you'll go for it, but you don't want to have this tedious task of going there every time. Fitness and health, the same thing. And of course, I'm going to go a little bit deeper in one example. How much I have? 6 more minutes. Okay, I'll take you real quick. The office coffee experience. The office coffee experience, everybody in every office has to have coffee because coffee is the fuel of productivity in every office. Try coming to an office where there is no coffee and try seeing what the employees do to the person that's in charge of ordering the coffee. So in the web first era, you could go there and you can order the coffee. Again, in the app first era, you can do that via an app. In the AI era, you basically want somebody else to take track of how much coffee was ordered, how much coffee was consumed, and just to make sure that coffee basically is never out in the office. Because if there's no coffee in the office, it's going to be hell. The Julius Meinl case, I don't know how much you're familiar with this brand. It's actually a 156-year-old brand from Austria. Established back in Austro-Hungary, first ever commercial roaster of coffee in the world, and it's got great success, a lot of penetrations, especially in these hotels, restaurants, cafe space in about 40 countries across Europe and even further. And they came on the idea to say, look, we want to start the office coffee business. So we want to penetrate the offices, and our existing model doesn't work because our existing model says we have a sales guy, he has a van, he goes to every coffee place, he sells them the coffee, he visits them on a regular basis. Offices don't spend that much coffee as the coffee places do, and we need to find a different way. So first what we did is we went into something we call product discovery. We asked ourselves, who is the person in each and every office that's in charge of ordering the coffee? Is it the CEO? Is it the HR lady? Who is it? And it turns out like in 90% of the cases, it's either the executive assistant to the CEO or it's the receptionist. In order to understand how they feel, how they think, what we did is we created some fake profiles on Facebook, asked to penetrate this very close group called the State of Executive Assistant, to meet some of these ladies and to figure out how they think and what goes on there. So I'm not gonna be stereotypical here, and I avoided these pictures, but basically like 50% of these ladies have cats on their profile photos. They work 15, 16 hours a day. They literally live for the company, but they're very much underappreciated. They are the ones offering the coffee in addition to doing 100,000 different other tasks, but they're doing it because they have the credit card of the CEO and they have well, the confidence that they will not misuse it. And we created something, a person, an artificial person that would be someone who they could react to very well. We called her Julia because the brand name is Julius, and we gave her the last name Teamgeist because we thought, oh, it represents team spirit. Actually, the brand started in the States 2 years ago, and everybody thinks she's Jewish because of the last name, so it didn't really work out, but we thought it's going to be a great idea. So the idea of Julia Teamgeist is actually, she lives on WhatsApp. What she does is she communicates with these ladies, the executive assistants, and she's telling them, look, you know, once they order the coffee, it's been 10 days, according to my calculations, you could be running out of this coffee. Don't let that happen to you. And you can go through this flow, it's less than 2 seconds. I will show you everything that's ever been there. They do it during the meeting, they just say, yeah, I order everything, and everything gets ordered. You can support multiple locations, and everything she needs as the executive assistant, getting all the invoices and everything else, also, like all the back office works, comes into her email. She gets reminders, so she can send reminders to people, she can send reminders to the executive assistants, but she can also handle escalations. If some of the offices are not responding to her messages, she can send back to Julia's Meinl the information saying, look, we need to see what's happening there. She also allows, within the system that we built, an interaction or implementation of humans. So a human in the loop can see and oversee every communication autonomously that Julia does. In the normal Julius Meinl business, one sales guy can handle up to like 60 cafes, something like that, and needs to all go there, order it, talk to these guys on a regular basis. Julia Teamgeist is handling a few thousand customers, and she's doing it all by herself. The team in the back, the team in the warehouse gets the information from her. They know what they need to send, where they need to send it, when they need to send it, and she keeps in the entire communication interaction with all the offices. Each of these executive assistants and each of these businesses now basically say, okay, coffee was the main product or the main service, but now what we pay for is actually this ability to have somebody think about us and think about if we're doing well, if we have enough coffee. She can upsell products, she can handle stuff like repairs, she can talk to these assistants and say, okay, oh, the machine is broken, send me a picture. Then she sends it to the repair guy, so he's prepared, he knows if he needs to bring spare parts or he needs to bring an additional machine. She also does monitoring and KPIs, Net Promoter Score, and just recently she also got her sister, Julia, who lives on the website and can basically set herself up on the website and also take over communication, so that if you are on the website, you don't need to seek for all the products and understand all the good deals. She will do that for you as a personal concierge, introduce herself and say, look, my job here is basically help you get the most out of your experience with Julia here. That's all from me, folks. Thank you very much. I got 10 seconds left. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Bravo.
Bravo. Jesi to rekla?
Da.
Hvala. Hoćeš ti odjaviti za danas?
Može, hoću.
Ajde, ajde.
Ne mogu da se penjem u štiklama,
Ne.
ne mogu, hvala.
Ništa.
Thank you all for today. Remember, tonight we have a dinner at Kempinski Hotel in Portorož, and after that, party time and lounge golf club. Thank you.
prijeđi na višu razinu uz vizu. Možda te samo jedno plaćanje dijeli od prvih 1000 followera. Radi ono što te pokreće i dijeli svoju strast. Što? Anđela će nositi tvoju jaknu? Da, jer Viza te podržava u svakom potezu. Plaćaj Viza karticama putem mobitela jer imaš priliku otići na otvorenje olimpijskih igara u Pariz.
Šta je FitPass? FitPass je zdrav početak jutra, kada si spreman da udahneš i duboko zaromiš. FitPass je osjećaj ponosa posle svakog vežbanja, način da se oslobodiš stresa i emocija, trka u kojoj pobeđuješ samog sebe. FitPass je tvoja energija, ne samo aplikacija, već avantura koja ti pruža osjećaj da si baš u ovom trenutku na pravom mestu. FitPass je više od načina života.
Milšped Group primenjuje tehnologiju veštačke inteligencije kroz sistem naprednih robota koji se koriste za efikasniju organizaciju, isporuku i skladištenje robe, omogućavajući prvu i sveobuhvatnu logističku platformu pogodnu za veleprodaju, maloprodaju i za robotizovanog sistema skladištenja.